See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes, see for yourself. Open your eyes, know for yourself.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. And welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and Facebook and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. Thanks for joining me and the rest of our Jamaican family and friends this afternoon. All my sound people, now can you hear me? All right. Kevin saying can't hear me. So if Kevin can't hear me, then everybody can't hear me. So let's see what go on. Yeah. No. There is blood in the water. That's all I can say. There's blood in the water. All right, people. No, yeah, everybody can hear me. Good, 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 good. Boy, me can big up on too much sound in the Mega Dana, Marie, Rumba, Rowan, Rowena, so much people, and so little time. Because we say 5 hours, but when you think about it, I mean, 5 hours just go by really, really fast. Well, let me start by saying that if you're really concerned about the state of Jamaica, if you're really concerned about the Jamaican people, if you're really concerned about the government of Jamaica and good governance, then today's show should not be missed. I'm imploring you, I'm begging you, I'm beseeching you, all of you, run out or wherever you are. Just call your friends, your neighbors, tell your family members to tune in. Also, get your pen and your paper ready. Me know say you have the crew already in front on your veranda already, right? With the pen and paper ready. Get your pen and paper ready and strap yourselves down because you're in for a ride that is going to shake you up and educate you at the same time. I remember last week I said pull up the Constitution. More than likely you won't have a copy of it because it's several pages, but at least pull it up on your phone, or you can just take notes and then go back and review. Now, in September 2023, last year, ISAT and I started a series on the Constitution. And if you missed those presentations, don't worry, because we're coming back to provide you with information regarding our system of government, your basic human rights under the Constitution, and the unfettered powers of the Governor General. We'll talk about that. Today, we will examine the Constitution by briefly looking at its conception, its establishment, and the absentee form of government that was shoved down our throats in 1962. You heard me correctly. It was shoved down our throats. We will focus on the monarchy and its agent, the Governor General. And in the weeks to come, there will be more presentations to teach our people about the system and its flaws. I am confident. No. I am supremely confident that when this project is over, all of you, regardless of your educational achievement or social status, you will be fully equipped to hold a conversation with anyone regarding this document that guides our everyday life and activities. So that's why I need you to pay close attention, take down notes, and if you're fortunate to have a copy of the Constitution in front of you, then just go through quickly. You will have plenty of time anyway, so you can go through and double check. And if you have questions, then you can put them in the chat, or you can link up with us on Wednesday. Come Reason with Rattigan. And we're starting at 8:30 on Wednesday. So you can come at that time and ask your questions if you don't want to ask them now, or if you want to go and do your research, you want to double check, you want to verify, and then you come with your questions. It's okay, because remember now, it's a learning experience. So you don't want us going off the rails. So if we're saying something that is not correct, we need you to bring it to our attention. We're imperfect beings. Now today, we will also establish a segment called Health Corner, where we will attempt every week to have a health professional on to discuss your health and healthy lifestyles. That's everyone is concerned about health and healthy lifestyle, how you eat, your exercise, all of that. So we're going to establish that segment, and we're going to start today. We will have TT. Most of you know TT. Tomnika Thomas from Reson Primary Care. She will join us and provide a preliminary presentation on diabetes, the big D. Kevin, I think, will join us and talk a little bit, because we did some research today and about the longevity of Jamaicans compared to the rest of the world. We did that this morning, and it was Kevin, myself, and our producer Joan, and we found some interesting information. Next week, we will have Richard Crookson, the man behind Reson Primary, and he will delve even further into the topic of diabetes. And please remember to come Reason with Rattigan every Wednesday night at 8:30 on YouTube. As you're aware, that program is an extension of this program, and we look forward to answering your questions on Wednesdays. And that's 8:30 on YouTube. Come Reason with Rattigan. So this coming Wednesday, my very special guest will be the renowned practitioner of indigenous Caribbean medicine, Dr. Ben. So start preparing your questions and make sure you take down his contact details as soon as they appear on the screen. And that's because quite a few of you have been calling, writing in, asking for Dr. Ben's details, asking who can get in touch with him. And you have questions that I can't answer when it comes to herbs. So he will be on this coming Wednesday night. Prepare your questions, because he's prepared with the answers. So it's going to be a very fruitful evening or night this coming Wednesday. Now we'll go to our miscellaneous section. Now, please share this program freely and widely. Hold on one second. I'm getting a call from Jamaica. Yeah, very important call. Hold on one second. Not that it's more important than you, but hold on one second, because it has to do with a presentation this afternoon. Yeah, people, open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. As I was saying, Dr. Ben, this Wednesday, have your questions ready and take down his details. Now, please share this program freely and widely. Just share it. By the way, and like up the program. Please like up the program. And remember, this program is about educating our people and encouraging the change we seek for Jamaica and Jamaicans. Malcolm X said it best, and I will not stop repeating this. He said, education is a passport to the future, For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Education is a passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So let's get busy preparing our people for the future. There's no time to waste. No time to waste. Please check out our website, ojldf.net, ojldf.net, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.net, and drop us a line regarding your impressions. Big up yourself, Shaneska. Everything I roll right now, you know. Big up Roland, the valiant one, and his lovely wife, Debbie, for their continued effort to hold the Prime Minister and the government accountable. And they might do it from all the way over in the UK. And by the way, Roland and Debbie, thank you for the reminder regarding our esteemed but silent Attorney General, Dr. Derek McCoy. We will get to him and the Prime Minister later. We'll show the connection. And we also have a student, Deborah Williams. I don't have her details now, but I'll come this Wednesday. Our Monday night on Jeffrey's program, we'll do it again because she's a struggling student and we're trying to help her get through the University of Connecticut. So stay tuned for more on that. We did 2 programs with her this week, but more needs to be done. I just got a call from the spokesperson, the leader, the founder for JABEM. They're fighting for all Jamaicans to have access to all beaches. And I'm waiting for him to come on. Oh, Mr. President, I'm going to add him here. Mr. President, I'm not sure. Remember I had Kevin Stewart too. Them there, but them not there. So, regarding the beach issue, promotion things for JABEM. They have about 4 lawsuits, JABEM that is, 4 lawsuits seeking to regain access to several beaches. Because at one point we have access to all of the beaches, you know, one point. And as I speak, they're protesting in Miami Bay on the North Coast right now. And tomorrow they have a huge protest planned to take place at Blue Lagoon in Portland. Please support them in any way you can. You know, as a result, the pressure they have brought on the government, it was just announced that 8 beaches, I think it was announced this week, 8 beaches, including Boston Beach, 8 beaches that were not open to the general public without a fee will be made available for free in the future. But we want, what about Sansan? What about the beaches them under control by Sandals and the other resorts? Will they be made available? We need access to our beaches, and this is an issue that it don't really matter whether it don't really matter what political side of the fence, you know, or what side of the fence. Really matter. As long as you're Jamaican, this is an issue that could be a concern. So let me just play that video there while we wait for my brethren for joining me. Check this out, people, and tell me what it sound like to you.
I want to make a big announcement tonight. The Boston Beach lease has expired. It's so unjust. Children, you don't know who to trust. No, the Prime Minister has announced that 8 beaches across Jamaica are going to be taken back, and they are going to be run by the government, and the access to those beaches is going to be free of cost for the Jamaican people. In the coming months, you will hear the announcement in relation to which government agency is going to be responsible to run Boston Beach, so that everybody in Portland and outside of Portland can enjoy Boston Beach without any entry fee.
This one is a special dedication to the world is on the game. Rasta, him just a call up my name, you know. Rebecca, chat it, buy it, tell them a certain boy on the corner informer.
May I hold my tongue, you know. So, I want to give big credit to Action Ann, because every night before I go to sleep, she whisper in my ear, walk on with Boston Beach. And before I get anything, I have to tell her first. I want to tell you why I justify the argument about the investment in the eastern end of the island and Portland.
Yes, Kevin. You know, so much of the obvious to unpack that it really need unpacking, because our people them see this and see right through it.
I'm not impressed.
Mr. Kev?
I'm not impressed.
Actually, I'm depressed, because this is something that should have happened long time. And if you don't notice what I'm saying, him say months to come. We don't know when it's going to happen, but we know that there is an election that must take place within the next 10 months. We know that. People don't make them fool, whether you are PNP, JLP, UIC, whatever you are. This is an issue that affects you. It crosses party lines. It crosses social status. It crosses educational status. By the way, see we're brethren here now. Him up on the front line. Dr. Devon, come in, brother. Talk to me.
Bless up, Devon. Bad connection.
Yeah, my figure saying we have some issues out there with the transmission. Yeah. All right, we wait for him for come. Wait for that for him to work it out. But you see when the people him out there fight for the whole of it so that we can have access to the beaches, so that the developers them can come and take it. Well, them take it right now and we are trying to take it back. Right? Because we did have that before, that our birthright, and them come and take it. Them take it with the permission of the government.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just this government, previous governments involved in it. But this government is continuing that practice where people cannot access the beaches. And now I hope him come on, because when Devon come on, I'll tell him how much miles of beach, a shoreline we have for beaches, and how much we really have access to. Not a lot, Mr. President. Bless up, Mr. President.
Bless you, Mr.
Not a lot, Mr. President. Bless up, Mr. President.
You don't even know, say, man.
Having issues.
Yeah, you're know.
You hear the feedback?
Yeah, you're
I can't hear your President.
How about now?
Yeah, the echo.
Feedback. The loop.
Yeah, that loop.
Yeah, hopefully this is better, man. I don't know what's going on with my system today. I rebooted, but I'm having a rough one. But I think I'm good now.
Yeah, it looked like you had an update on your system, didn't you?
I did. How you know?
The same thing happened to me.
I know these things. You have to go remark your phone settings.
But like we as a president,
Yeah, but I think we should be good.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, man, I can't hear you.
Devon,
Yes.
We want the people
Drop
to
it
hear
in
what
the
going on.
river.
Say that again, Rattigan.
We want the people, tell the people them what go on and where you're there.
Well, right now, right before the Roaring River property. This is in St. Anne, just outside of Ocherios. There's 741.3 acres of coastal forest that consists of many tributaries. Main rivers sit inside. There's the Roaring River and the Little River. The 743 acres of land have been transferred to the Chinese Harbour Engineering Company to build what is going to be a luxury, ultra luxury housing development to host over 4,000 people. This is going to destroy the entire watershed, 741.3 acres of land. They're changing the course of the
People to hear that. I hope to hear that, you know. I hope to hear that. 700 and change acres of land the government give to the Chinese.
743 acres. Enough land, that, you know.
Yeah, and we don't even talk about the document yet because there's a document where we have a document. You remember, Kevin, you see the document this morning. We put it up already, but now we had to get the permission from Devon to put it up. We're sure what the man them are going to do. How the project start out small and then all of a sudden the project get huge and then reverse the course of the Roaring River. So you can understand what's going to happen right there. So open and listen to what going on, people. And then put it in writing. It's in writing. They're going to reverse the course of the river. So, and we don't know the kind of studies that have been done. Based on what we're hearing, the studies, a comprehensive study has not been conducted. They have one, we see one, but they must say, no, that is not comprehensive enough. And it's not talk about the effects it will have on the communities, surrounding communities. Right? This is madness. This is madness, people. Me just wait for Devon come on for tell me, say, put up the document. So me can show the document and show say, and I make this up. This came out of one of them secret meetings. We come out of the meetings and we have the document and it tells you exactly where them are going to build, how them are going to build, what them are going to build, and they're asking for permission to start building. Right? So it will cause some serious problems. And so don't make them fool and not take on the eyes off of this and not telling them about, oh, we are going to free up 8 beaches. They want soon come back and I'm not telling you how much beaches I'm supposed to free up. All of them, but I'm going to give you the number. I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not be shot. Well, not shot. Shocked. But, I mean, President, this is amazing. Amazing stuff, man. Amazing stuff. That this is what them are give. OT say reverse river, global category. What? Yeah, OT. Big up yourself, by the way, OT. Yeah, them are reverse the river.
They must be redirecting the river. But
they must
reverse.
They must reverse the flow. They must reverse the flow of it because where they want to build right now and where they want to build the river is a hindrance to which part they want to build. So they must go, like you said, more redirect. Yeah. And yeah, send it to go somewhere else because they want to build right in that area there.
Either way, that's a foolishness.
And guess what happened?
Yeah, one of the things.
No, guess what happened?
No,
when you look at the document said Jamaica North South Highway, blah blah blah. So you would think if you look at the document that okay, this is something that's being done by somebody in Jamaica, some Jamaica agency, some this. When you look who owns that company, it's a company I think out of Barbados. And then when you look who owns the Barbados company, it's the Chinese. It's a Chinese.
So the Barbados company is a shell.
It's a shell. Why? I want to show the document, you know, Kevin, but you know, go already. I have to get permission from the man to really do it. But go ahead, President.
Right. Let's go back to the video though.
No, because
before we play the
Yeah.
video, but this is one I think I want everybody to keep in mind. I believe this is what we call economic colonization. And these people are literally lot and part with these invaders, because that's really what they are. And it's an economic colonization. They're colonizing.
President.
Freeze.
Yeah.
So many countries across Africa and the Caribbean.
Something going on with your connection.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my connection, but it's definitely not working. I'm going to rejoin, guys. Let me rejoin.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
All right. So, I always try to look at things in its simplest form. And going back to the video with Vaz, he made these open-ended statements. Yeah, we're getting back the beaches. It will be free for Jamaicans. Okay. Like you mentioned, there's the win. That wasn't given. But outside of that, you have the power to do this. Then why not do it just right now? And why did the whole exposure of the sell-off for the beaches and the protesting and everything had to happen in order for the people to realize that this was something that needs to be done? And when I say the people, I mean the government. In addition to that, here you have a set of people in celebration of what the government is doing, when the government has supported the exclusion of the Jamaican people from the beaches for a long time. And they weren't saying anything about it. So, and I don't care which government, because this had started happening for not just now, but it has become more prevalent. And just like here it is, this development of this housing project development. I always want to know who is behind it, I always want to know. All right, so this company is buying up this property to build on it. Okay. Housing development. Okay. Who own the housing development? And okay, it's a company out of the Caribbean. Is the owners of that company from that country? Because we know we live now in a climate when people in Timbuktu go and set up a company in Jamaica, and it's not a Jamaican company. So yes, the company is in a country, but it's not a company of that country. And who will be benefiting? So just like the highway is built, but it's a toll road. Yeah, everybody driving on it, and it's quicker to get from one side of the country to the other. Cool, good. It's a toll road, so I have to pay. If you're paying, that means that somebody collecting. Who is collecting? Who is benefiting? Still not the Jamaican people. The only benefit is that Jamaican people get to move from St. Thomas to Westmoreland quicker. But what about the rest of the thing? What about the building of infrastructure in Jamaica and where that money is coming from, when this is supposed to be filtering down to there? This is how you build a community. Listen. Ooh. Mega Lion, bless up. Woosa. I'm gonna take it down. I'm gonna bring it back down a little bit. Because
Kevin. Let them freeze up with thing, People that's what go on. Them freeze up with thing. You can't hear me? On can't hear me? On can't hear me? Oh, me alone there, I don't know. All right, cool. I'm looking at the document right now. Say, I try to get on Dr. Devon Taylor. I try to get him on right there, so. But and then Prezi. There's something wrong with Prezi. All right, it's a Prezi, yeah. Hold on, it's a Prezi, yeah. I try to get Dr. Devon Taylor and Kevin. I know where Kevin gone. But I'm looking at the document right now that deals with this construction project out in this project out in Mamebia. And the way they set it up like China Harbor was requesting a permit to operate the sewage treatment plant. But actually, it's China Harbor around the whole thing. And they set it up that also that is, I just saw the name right here. Yeah, owned by the Jamaica North-South Highway Company Limited. If you hear that, if you hear Jamaica, this project is, and this property owned by Jamaica North-South Highway Company Limited, very few of us would make the connection and say this is owned by the Chinese, but it's owned by China Harbor. Right? And then the document, it goes on to talk about how them want, I mean, let me find the exact words, because I don't want to say reverse words. Hold on. This is something else. I get a feedback, President.
Try it now.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. We're good. All right. Here it's right. I say no, President. It says the drainage works will involve the redirection of a tributary of the Little River towards the eastern boundary to improve flood management. And here, the committee was informed that the southern side of the Little River would be realigned to go into the Roaring River. They might change the course of the thing, right? And now wait for the man come on before me can show the document. And this is a meeting with them that was held by, I think, Zoom in May of this year, and a whole bunch of officials. Upon the thing, Water Resource Authority, National Works Agency, Ministry of Local Government, Mines and Geology Division, NEPA, Forestry Department, Water Resources Authority, KCMC, Jamaica Bauxite Institute. It's Kevin, yeah. Yeah, so I want to show the document people and go through it with you know, but I can't do it until I get permission from Jabin. I can't do that, you know. So I just over there. No,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I don't know what had happened a while ago. So the president freeze, and then my side did freeze. People, I don't know. A long time the people on my target Rattigan, you know. Hey.
It's not gonna happen. I know we're yourself. We're protected. You know we're protected.
Well, while we are waiting on Dr. Taylor to come back, I'm going to say today we're going to talk about tourism and we'll discuss whether it's investment or exploitation. We know what it is, but we're going to go in it a little bit deep, and we have some videos to play, and we have some questions to ask. About our officials like Mr. Ed Bartlett, Minister Ed Bartlett, and the Prime Minister. While we do that, Kevin, and we'll wait upon him to come back. Let me show the people them something now. All right. You see it, right? Let's show the people them know, Kevin. No, I'm a finger upon the trigger. I'm not sure the people them know. All right, people, I'm showing you something. Take a look on this. Kevin, you can't big up that picture there for me.
The picture full up the screen. You want to get how much closer you want to get. No, that's as big as it going to get,
All right. Want to see that? Because I see it on the monitor over there, and it look really, really beautiful because I can see the details over that side.
Yeah, man.
Trust me, people, when I'm telling you, that place, I've been there, right? I've been to this place. I was not a guest. I was not a guest there. I went to visit somebody there. And this place is a magnificent place. Magnificent place. They have apartments inside here, I'm being told, that sell for over $1 million US. This place is the Jewel Grand, located just outside of Montego Bay. It's in the Montego Bay environs. It used to be called, when it was being developed, the Palmyra. Take a good look on that and Kevin, me sorry them can't see it, or me I see it because me see big on the monitor, right there, so, and we can't see all the details. People, we'll get back to this picture because there is a resort in the Montego Bay area too called Secrets. Now I've been to Secrets, right? Years and years. I've been to Secrets. But this is the one that should be called Secrets. This one here should be called.
Why, Rebel? Why?
Because if the walls could talk in this building, the amount of secrets this thing you carry. If the amount of secrets, people sometimes we wonder where the money go with our politicians. Because, we suspect that there's waste, mismanagement, fraud, and abuse. And we wonder where the money go. Well, I won't accuse any politician living here or having an interest in this building as having wasted, mismanaged, abused, or committed fraud as far as the public coffers are concerned. I won't do that.
Are you saying that there are such individuals from the Jamaican government that have residence or I don't know. No, just based on your wording just now, I want to know if you're saying or implying that anybody that we know in government have a key to a room or a few rooms in this place.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We know. We know. And
we're not assuming, we know.
We know. And I can tell you, we know because lots of people have given us this information. And we know how much was paid for this residence, inside of this thing here. And by the way, I think the hotel is actually like from the ground floor to about the 3rd floor or so. And then after that, private residences. I think it's from the ground floor to the 4th floor. I've actually had a meal at the restaurant. It's not bad.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 floors I count.
Yeah,
I think the ground floor.
Yeah, I think they said like it's from the ground floor to the people. Oh, Mario Barrett says from the 3rd floor.
So Mario, know the thing. Mario 773-789. My number. Yeah?
Anthony R. So I'm gonna ask the question if I don't know the answer. Well, Anthony R. Anthony R. All right,
Mario. Hold on, Mario. Yeah, what? Yeah, President. Yeah, President. You still have a little bit of an echo.
Do you have an echo?
Yeah, it still have a little bit. It'll clean like how it used to be. So you check your mapping.
Boy. All right.
But Mario 773-789 Stew. reach me directly. Not Rattigan, not Prezi, not the broadcast. Reach me directly. I want to know what you know. Because it sounds like you know something about the place.
Yeah, from the third floor, yeah. Because
I came to live.
Yeah, I went there and I was on the ground floor. And I didn't go beyond the ground floor. And I've been to this place twice. I think I've been to this place twice. Yeah, I met some friends there. I've been there twice. But we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. We'll get to it. Plus, we'll talk about the hotel workers, and then we'll talk about our series on Dr. Nigel Clarke, investigative journalist Zara Burton, who has done extensive work on the millions that was funneled through Dr. Clarke's non-profit organization. She will talk to us about her work product on that. And today you'll hear about the security. We're going to show you another document. And by the way, the PM and the Minister of National Security, Dr. Horace Chang, both of them play a central role in this feature. So, it's a job, yeah. All right, hold on. Gone again.
See, I put up the number for you now, Anthony. Anthony, there's my number. Again, this is Kevin Stew number. It's not the number for the station, for the broadcast. It's not the number to reach Rattigan. It's the number to reach Kevin Stew. 773-789 Stew. That's how you reach me.
Yeah. While we are waiting for Kevin to get the phone call there, and we'll wait for Jabin to come back. I'm just say, relax with the rebel. After you finish dancing to Kevin and Tony Culture tonight, I'm inviting you to stay locked on Reggae Global Radio and join the Rebel tonight at midnight for a smooth, relaxing selection of soft rock.
Hey, is this any better?
That sounds like you.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, so tonight you're listening to a smooth, relaxing selection of soft rock mixed with R&B and what some describe as blue-eyed soul. That's a sound that came out of Philadelphia. Yeah, it's a very eclectic mix that guarantees complete relaxation. Boompa va, boompa v. You see that? I've been to that hotel for high level.
So, which floor of that hotel were you on, sir? Please and thanks.
So Jaquan said, Jeffrey, when did you become a diplomat?
What do you mean? You don't want name. His name alone is diplomatic.
Well,
Mario said he wasn't allowed past the lobby level. Past the lobby? Not even could get past the reception area. Jano.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the technology today, but we're there.
So Marie says, I live in Canada. I know a realtor who has a unit there. Okay.
Tonight we'll play some soft rock with, like I said, R&B and blue-eyed soul. And people ask, some people ask, what is soft rock? I've been asked that question before. And it's a genre that most of you are very aware of. And you often hear this kind of music at places where there is anxiety and tension, like the dentist's office and the doctor's office, for them kind of calm you down, before them going and do them drilling or whatever they might do. So, but when you hear the songs, you always say, yeah. So tonight or tomorrow morning, early in the morning, you're going to have a very soothing and relaxing experience. Kevin, we can't help but keep on a look on the screen over there at the building. It's so pretty to keep on, because the shot I'm looking at is huge over there, so we can see all the details.
Yeah.
So tonight, or tomorrow morning, technically speaking, you're gonna hear from artists like Tracy Chapman, James Ingram, Tina Turner, Al Jarreau, Bill Withers, Michael Bolton, George Michael, Chicago, and Phil Collins. We know when I hear people inside who know them and love their music. So tune in tonight, tomorrow morning, and just relax with the rebel. Moving to another topic while we're waiting for Jabin to come back. Last Sunday, DJ Kevin Stu and I had a blast with legendary producer King Jammy. It sounds strange to me if I say Jammy, because his name is Jammies. So forgive me. And judging by your responses, you also had a wonderful time. But many of you rightly complained that the time was too short. Rightly complained. I agree. Well, the king anticipated it, and immediately after the program was concluded, he called me and him said, it's a quote, him said, Rattigan, you know we have to do part 2. And of course, my response was, me know king. So part 2 is coming tomorrow, right? We know me and Kevin said, well, it's every other week we are going to do it. But, you know, part 1, we can't really get a break to part 2. I have to just follow up with part 2. But here's what else I got. Before we get to that, you know, this man, King Jammies, and he might listen to the program right now still. He might travel, but he might listen to the program. He's responsible for numerous hits, and his catalog is massive. You know, I think the only reggae producers who are comparable to him are King Tubby's, Striker Lee, John Jolas, Donovan Germain, Sly and Robbie, and Gussie Clarke. At them circles there. Them that are, you know, them that are top level producers. Them have hit after hit after hit after hit after hit, and them work with almost all of the reggae artists. Them. Now, King Jammies continues to receive many accolades, including one that he shared with me just yesterday. That came from a massive personality in the reggae business, discussing King Jammies' upcoming re-release of a dub album. I spoke with Jammies yesterday, and him sent it to me. I'm gonna listen to it. I mean, I tell you, I mean, it not get. Not even the Governor General's award can compare to that we get yesterday. See me now. Yes, brother. Talk to me now, man.
Well, the internet unstable out here, but nonetheless, we're giving it a shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, sits on the Rattigan watershed. 741.3 acres, you know? It's right behind me here, you know what I mean?
Right.
And this property has been handed over to check. And they're going to build over 834 houses out here and destroy the Roaring River and the Little River and the entire watershed, and we can't afford that.
Right.
You know, water is life.
Right. Well, we just want you to know, so we support where you are, though. And we have a little document about, me tell the people, so we can't do nothing with the document till me talk to you. And you are the boss. You have to tell me, say, show them or don't show them. So if you tell me don't show them, I'm mad with you. They're not mad with me.
You have to show them, man. You have to show the people in the document, man. Let it go, man. Let it go upon the people. Then.
All right, now I need your permission. I'm gonna get your permission. So I'm gonna show them after we're done. But seriously, no, you know, me that do a little bit of research after I get the document. I realize that them say it is the Jamaica North South development, blah blah blah, around this thing. And then when we check it out, we realize that Jamaica North South company is owned by a company, I think, out of Barbados. And then that company is a satellite arm of China Harbor. It's a Chinese
yes.
thing. Them around the whole thing.
We're losing Devon again. Yep.
I'll put this back as so. But yeah, so you know, I'm not showing the document still because I get the permission. I'm not showing it still. But let me just finish up this little thing out. We're gonna talk about Jammies now and things for tomorrow. And let me say a big shout out. Was it OT? I said no, not OT. Who was it? Another thing. Somebody was attacked. So big up like the Kingston 11 artists them. But let me shout out the Kingston 11 artists them because more reggae artists hail from Kingston 11 than anywhere else in Jamaica. And we must not forget that the first reggae Grammy landed in the heart of Waterhouse, and that was Black Uhuru for the album Anthem. first reggae Grammy. But that wasn't the only Grammy awarded to a Kingston 11 artist, because guess what happened? Shabba followed and Beanie followed. I think Shabba won it twice, Beanie won it one time. So, you know, we have a whole heap of things to be proud of. So next week, Sunday, we have another treat for all of you. Right? Another legendary and massively successful producer will grace us with his presence. And that person is none other than Gussie Clarke, a man I met in Waterhouse years ago because he used to come fix him red Triumph Stag on Ashuka Road. My brethren, Jonathan Clarke, Jana, he was an A1 mechanic when he come on Triumph. And Jana used to fix all them car, including Jammy's car too. But I remember this red car, because enough drive me get out tight, you know. And we'll talk, we'll share some stories with Gussie next week, Sunday. But just like King Jammy's, Gussie is responsible for producing many, many hit tunes in both holy artists, and responsible for changing the beat, the lyrics, the mix, the style, and the direction of reggae music. So stay tuned for that. Tomorrow's jam is following week. We have Gussie Clarke. On December 15th, we will be joined by legendary selector and reggae personality from the Gemini stable, Glamour Wayne, my cousin. Holy power no Glamour. And we are working on getting the extremely popular and well-known reggae personality and selector, David, I don't know the name, Rattigan, to appear on the program. He's out in California right now. I think it's called a Dub Club. He's out there, might tear up the place out there. But as soon as I've been informed that as soon as he gets back to the UK, we're going to start making some arrangements for have him on, right? And then we have Tony British, and we have Fittis and a few more brethren. We line up an impressive list of artists and, I mean, people involved in the music business. Them line up a whole heap of people for it. And they're going to join us in the coming weeks and months. So stay tuned, because we have a lot more in store for you. We have a lot more in store for you and your Sunday reggae entertainment. So I just said that. Let me just say a quick shout out here before we bring in the two big men them, yeah. Make we continue to keep praying for Papa Trevor, Ma P. May I check you next week? May I come check you? Margin, may I come check you soon? Desmond, Paul, Bunny Drum, big up yourself in Florida, my brother. Fittis the artist, Dread, big up yourself in Brooklyn. Mrs. Nelson in Virginia, Bob D'Souza in Queens, Barry from out of Long Island, Mr. Baxter from Florida, Sassy Deepa from Jamaica, and our brethren from Massachusetts who's scheduled to have shoulder surgery. Prayers and blessings. Big shout out to my family by blood, my family by relations, my family by choice, and my family by nationality, and that is each and every one of uno. All right. Big up to our ambassadors. Now we'll for soon Monday night, you know, because we have to get this ATI thing here going. Right, Mr. Prezi? And Prezi freeze up again. And freeze up.
No, man.
You can't hear me, Prezi?
I'm spotty. Unmute, Prezi, unmute.
You unmute.
Yeah, man,
Unmute.
All right, let me unmute you. Because
all right,
you don't realize.
Somebody asked, so Shana, young asked for ISAT. ISAT, they bought the place now, so Shana, but what is that you see ISAT no, he more grace us with his presence, but you see the kind of the kind of runnings him in right now. Him in a tight race, and in him do everything possible for winner. We just have to support him. So if him not come around us up, don't think no my ISAT good, my ISAT cool. It's just that him have to run around and not doing things, and him really, really, really busy. You know, really busy. I talk to him every week still. And in fact, Him send me clients, me send him clients. So we have that thing going. I see somebody say my tour market in Portland. All right, we get back. Job them, yeah. Yes, Devon.
Hold on. I'm getting my headpiece, yeah.
Okay.
All right, me live you know. Rain or fall, but you know, don't it tough.
Yeah. So all the protests are go.
Yeah, man. The core of it is over right now. It's just all of the hold on there. All right, sis, go on back down there, sir. Yeah. Come say hi to Rattigan. Come in, ones and ones. Right up, gather around.
Yeah.
Gather around.
Ratty, you can see sign them. Ratty, Ratty,
Yes.
we're there for real, we're there. Are you broke, man? We're not going away.
Come, son, talk to Rattigan. Say something to him.
Same Rolling River, Jamaica's not for sale.
Warm back river. We warm back with
Come in,
beach.
Russ.
Warm back
Yes,
with river.
we want back with river, we want back with beach. We now make the Chinese take it from we.
We warm back with river.
Heal them up the Ned.
Big up warm back with water. Warm back with beach. Government has sell way out to China and rich people. What we have? We don't have nothing to live off of. Sight up them and send the pan. Now make nothing. Minimum raise is 1,500 or 100 US a week. That can't pay a bill. We warm back with waterfront. We need some strength. Alright? Big up yourself, heart and love. Big up yourself, Rattigan. Come here, go.
All right. Yeah, man, I will elder this, you know. Them a money in the fight and the trenches from when? You know what I mean? So, all right. Now we say something to Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
You know, we have a sellout minister, we have a crime minister, we have a lie minister. That's all we have.
Marva is here in the Marva from Jackson.
Marva from Jackson.
Marva. Concerned about the decision to gift off this property. It threatens our water system and food security for our people. We need water and we need the beaches back. And we need this piece of property back to save our water system. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Yeah. So, you know, the community is represented.
Yes, I can't see it, man. I can't see it. You know what I want you to do? I want you to pivot a little bit and talk to us about the protest for tomorrow.
Say that again, Rattigan.
Yeah, talk to us about the protest for tomorrow. The one out Blue Lagoon.
Blue Lagoon, yeah, man. So tomorrow now between 1 and 5, we're going to be in the Blue Lagoon. And right there now we are dealing with the prescriptive rights to protect the parochial road to access the Blue Lagoon and all the tracks and the waterways. So between 1 and 5 tomorrow in the Blue Lagoon, you know, we're asking ones to come out and join in that protest, join in the rally in the Blue Lagoon, so we can secure that road, because what the ones that must over is that the road has been taken away and we can only access the Blue Lagoon by permission. And we cannot operate by permission. We need unfettered access. We need the access to be indefeasible, our rights in the Blue Lagoon. The Blue Lagoon is a national monument. There are over 238 acres of land that surround the Blue Lagoon. And the Jamaica government owns 0 acres. All the land were transferred to private ownership. And they established a national monument and did not reclaim any of the land. So we're asking the government to use the Land Acquisition Act of 1947 and claw back some of the land in the interest of the public. Or they can use the Beach Control Act of 1956 and also take lands that the public need. These are colonial laws, but they can be applied because the government is applying them against the Jamaican people. So them can apply them for the Jamaican people. So they are complicit in the corruption. And if they want to make their wrongs right, they need to start reclaiming the land because the government is landless. Is landless in the Blue Lagoon. And so we have to fight for the rights to access the lagoon, access the beach, and also to reclaim lands. The Blue Lagoon Alliance, which is economic, interest within that space, have no land to operate off. There's no rafting in the Blue Lagoon, and we need that to resume. So that's what we are asking for in the courts, is our prescriptive rights to the parochial road, our prescriptive rights to the tracks and the roadways and the sea. I should let you know also that access by sea is also blocked in the Blue Lagoon.
Wow.
You can't enter it from sea. Shut out. The serious thing happening in Jamaica right now. And there's a silence. And I do not understand the silence. I can't understand it because it's either the Jamaican people don't care anymore or been lied to or they're complicit in it. But what we are uncovering here, and I want you to talk to the audience when we're done about the document, because we thought it was only 167 acres of land that was gifted to Czech. Now we find out that it's 741.3. And this adjoins the ecological sensitive area of the Duns River. So how can you do all these kind of things? No public consultation. I mean, when the 238 acres of land that is handed over in the Blue Lagoon, no consultation with the public.
Nothing, Mr. Rattigan.
So we have to just walk down a road to go into the sea and the lagoon, and then them stop us from doing that, and them have a security guard post that sits there, and you can't go over there and get permission.
Cannot go in.
Oh, that can happen in Jamaica. No, it have to stop. So we are really just beginning this movement. So we want to understand that JABEM is an equal rights and justice. We are for environmental justice and we are for economic justice. And this is unfinished business of our ancestors. Because as I said to you, Rattigan, the war has been fought and we won it. Our ancestors liberate the land of Jamaica. But we have to fight the war again.
We're going to win it
and
again.
This time, we're not going to go against foreigners.
We'll fight the war.
And Caucasian. We are going up against our own who are now complicit. And that's sad part. But what Rasta said, down with white and black oppressors.
Jaja.
So we are step forward fearlessly as we fight for the rights of the Jamaican people. And that we are saying. We will not stop until the 494 miles around the country is free, until all rivers are liberated and I people free, because beach land and beaches are the new capital of Jamaica. And who control the capital of Jamaica control the wealth of Jamaica.
Yes.
And the 50% of foreign exchange is generated from tourism, and 30% of the economy is from tourism. And they control all the lands and control all the beaches, then them control the wealth of the country. And we can't allow that. So me, I said that, JABEM, I said that, and the people them from Steertown, the people them from Chalk Hill, all the ones them from Fairy Hill, all of the ones them from Zion Hill and from Drapers, whoever's the problem, Bull Point, all across Jamaica. Look at those rivers, understand right now that they must transfer the wealth of the country to special interests, and that can't go on. No, we have to stop it. Beach lands, beaches, and all properties that are close to rivers are the capital of the country, and it's been transferred unchecked. So we have to tell government that sits in power and government in waiting that we're not in a no compromise. We want the whole thing to be nationalized in the interest of the country. And that's how we're there.
No more betrayal.
Give me a talk.
No more betrayal.
Father,
Yes,
Finger
sir.
man shot for Waterhouse, you know, man.
Yes, my brother.
Same time, me get my kids them to my grandfather place. And you see what Mr. Taylor said to you, me Jay? That is the whole factual thing. I want to go on. When we surrounding, we are treated like a slave.
Yeah.
In what you are saying, Dan, we are treating like a slave. You have a father, you have blood pressure. We can't carry them a beach, go. Make you sit down, make you go, make you bust, make you see, tight, bust out your brain, brother. It's all right, you got. And you generally attack, finger marshal for Waterhouse, you know. Run your left here, you know. But when you start this program, I always tune in to your program. So listen me now. You have a bigger brother, man. You have God in the whole world, man. And don't let me dead. Because we believe in you.
Yeah, my brother.
So Rattigan,
Brother, we
listen,
believe in you.
you're well covered because you don't know some may have some works. Remove state from the State Department.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start work on that.
Yeah. Let me ask
So
you
yeah, man. So you're good now. Any other question before me jump off?
Yeah. Let me ask a question there. I have a question. The question is this: how many miles of beach we have in Jamaica, and how many beaches we have in Jamaica, and how many beaches where we have access to?
Right now, it's 494 miles around. According to NEPA, we only have 2.8. But that data is from 2000. So when JABEM did its check, we have less than a mile of access. So all these little beaches where you hear them say we have 66, 88 beaches, they're just some small spots, 50 feet or 100 feet. So when you add up the whole thing, that's what we have access to. And it's only access by permission. Most of the beaches, them and the best ones, sits within the tourism interest. Right? So tourism is the big culprit, and it's the kind of tourism that we practice in Jamaica. It's an apartheid-like tourism model.
Okay.
Comes in, buy 50-acre land, 100-acre land, fence it off, and lock everybody out. You know what I mean? Come on, Jessica, big up Rattigan.
Yeah, we're outside.
Yeah, outside with them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jessica.
You tried.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hear you. It's a must.
Yeah,
it's a
man.
must. Listen, before you go, me have Kevin, me have President. I want to ask you one question here. President and Kevin, go ahead.
Blessings, Devon.
Go ahead, Kevin.
People in the chat room have been asking for access to where to donate to JABEM.
Oh, you say what donation about to JABEM?
Yeah. So
Okay, we have a GoFundMe page that's set up. Them can check us out. It's Save Jamaican Beaches. They can check that out. We also have an account with NCB. That account number is on the jabem.org website. So if them hit up jabem.org, they will see. We have also a PayPal account set up there.
okay.
So all Jamaica knows there are 4 cases we're having at the courts right now. Monday we start at Blue Lagoon. We should have like 4 days of trial in the court, Resident Magistrates Court. We have Mommy Bear fighting for Little Guns over Bob Marley. And we have 17 more cases to deal with in the courts. You know what I mean? And you will hear, because what we say, we're not stop affiliating this. And we should not have to be fighting against the government. Jamaica National Heritage Trust, UDC, Portland Municipal Corporation, Commissioner of Lands. These are government entity. And they are defendants at JABEM of Kiaga Court. The beach rights in Jamaica, a madness.
I agree.
So Rich, so as it relates to the beachgoers' right, I know in the Beach Control Act of Jamaica, there's no inherent right to the beach. So what do you think should be done in terms of legislative act to provide access to the Jamaican people? What can be done, and how expeditious you believe that should be done?
So, all right, the act is colonial, as I pointed out, 1956, Independent Nation 62. The act basically have a provision inside here, where the head of the act who's the Prime Minister of Jamaica, can liberate every beaches in Jamaica right now. The Act allows him to do that. But because the Act is not democratic and the environmental provision inside here is weak, the government's framework is weak, and it entrusts all of the powers them in one individual. We don't want that. We want a modern progressive legislation that will give Jamaicans unfettered, unconditional, and general rights. And so the Act should be reframed to say that Jamaicans have unfettered and general rights to the entire beach ecosystem. And the entire beach ecosystem in Jamaica is now a public land. And so you make it a public land, then all Jamaicans will have rights to go there. All right? So where there are lands that are joined the ocean, the Act would also mandate conservation easements. Every, say, 200 feet, that will allow the public to walk, to traverse the land and get to the beaches. All right? So we are very advanced in terms of all the policies that we think are required. And we can pull those together, you know, for any government that wants to do that. All right? So we think that is fundamental, is that we're going to repeal and replace the Beach Control Act of 1956 and rewrite our policy, our legislation. Okay? But to even make it stronger, we would like this to be enshrined in the Charter of Rights, that Jamaicans have a right to the beaches. So that's how we do that now. Nobody can play with that because it's constitutional. Because we are Ireland, you know. And we're not only see beaches as spaces of leisure. It's an economic space. Okay? And when we talk about the world, which is 70% water, the next frontier is the sea. Jamaica territorial water is bigger than Jamaica. So we are talking about the blue economy, and if we're going to transition into a high-tech environment, we have to learn to live on sea, farm on sea, you know what I mean, and deal with them things. So if people think that JAMAICA'S is just an organization, just want people to go to the beach, go jump off, then they're missing the whole point. We are moving into a 21st century here with a progressive consciousness that we are reimagining the coastline and the use of the sea. And we want the Jamaican people to benefit from this, not only economically, right? But also to know that this is part of our cultural heritage and conservation is necessary. The sea adds more oxygen to our atmosphere than the land because it's 70% of the earth. So this space here is a very important space that we step forward into the future. And so we can generate an economy that is 10,000 times what tourism is. So short-sightedness to turn the whole economy into the kind of apartheid tourism model. There's much more things, and we understand those things. And we understand how to free the beaches. So any government who is scared of this sector, talk to it. Make the entire ecosystem public land. You solve the problem.
Before you go, Devon, you mentioned the Beach Control Act of 1956, but there's also the Prescription Act of 1887 or something like that.
1882.
How does that factor into your legal argument? How does the Prescription Act?
Well, we are using the Prescriptive Act right now because that's one of the only tools. The Prescriptive Act is basically a land rights act. It basically says if we have any track, roadway, any lane, any pathway, whether upon land or sea, to access a beach, and you have been doing so for 20 years without interruption, then you are entitled under that act to do so in perpetuity. But you have to take this in front of the court and prove to the court that you've been using these paths for 20 years. Now that is a burdensome legislation that you put on people because people, you know, require lawyers and to do all kind of things. So what JAMAICA'S have done is that we have removed the burden and saying to any Jamaican community, if you're losing your beach, come to us. We will fund you. We will find attorneys and we'll get this into the court. Because while this provision is also entrenched within the Beach Control Act of 1956, it's rarely ever used by the government to protect the interests of the people. Because the government is complicit in exclusion of the people. And I'm very frank about this, you know. There's a complicity in all the governments that have ruled Jamaica since 1962.
Partners in crime.
And I tell you, this is one of the areas that they are both aligned. And I'm waiting to see if the government is waiting or this government will deal with this problem differently. But I'm not convinced because they're both aware of the act. From 56, they're aware of it and none of them change it. So this is not a partisan war. It's a political struggle that we are in, and it requires a political solution. We are just bringing this to the forefront in the advocacy space. We're bringing it to the forefront in the legal context. All right? But we're not stop because without the prescriptive right, Act of 1882, there are other tools and mechanisms that we're looking at. And we have to go international, you know what I mean, to the Inter-American Court. We're going there. And if we have to go to Privy Council, we are go there. And if we have to carry this saga, the egg, we are go there. So I want them know, say, this now stop. Rights in our own land, we now stop.
My brother. Well, look, we know you're busy out there and we are supporting you, know, in any way we can. And we know that there'll be a brighter day. A day will come when all Jamaicans will have access to their beaches, and we can actually thank Jabem for spearheading the movement.
Do this what we're gonna tell our children.
Because had it not been for Jabem, it would be business as usual. They would just continue doing what you're doing. But before you go, one last question: what do you think the chances are of succeeding on the merits of the case?
Right, to repeat your question.
What do you think the chances are of being successful on the merits of the case? Are the cases
we can't lose.
Okay.
The foundation of the argument is that if you're using a truck on a roadway for 20 years uninterrupted, then the court need to recognize your indefeasible right to continue to do so. And them truck are used for over 100 years. So I don't know what shenanigans them are going to draw in high courts.
All right. Well, look.
So it's solid.
Well, look, continued success, my brother, and we have a follow up. Like I said, me and you have things to talk about regarding certain issues
yes.
with the State Department, and then also we want to make you know that we'll be behind 100% tomorrow. The protest over at the Blue Lagoon, and you know, if we're not there in person, we'll be there in spirit. So, blessings, guidance, see you.
Yeah, man.
Blessings,
give
man.
thanks.
Take care.
Yeah, man. Give thanks. Yes, cool.
Right,
Blessings. Cool.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
man. People want to think this don't look good at all. You know that we have to go out there and have fight for use. You know, a beach.
Well, that part doesn't look good, Rebel, but the part where people actually going out and becoming educated and starting to use their voice, that part look good.
Right.
And someone had said that Blue Lagoon is owned by Portland Holdings.
Yeah. I know Portland Holdings.
Man, I was going to ask a question, and my good friend, you go search. my good friends go search. And Michael Leachin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey.
See, we won't have access to all of this, you know. We won't have access to this, you know. We won't have access to this.
But I want to tell you, somebody just sent me some pictures and a couple of videos of some properties on the Blue Lagoon. And these places look hey.
Yeah, man.
Talk about money, turn up.
Mm-hmm.
But who own them? And I have to ask the question, where them get money from? If you're supposed to be in government serving the people, how you own these properties? Who serving whom?
Right.
What kind of business you have so that you can own these properties on the Blue Lagoon, which is now private property?
Bye. Kevin. Sad. But you know, we gotta make some headway. We gotta make some headway with people like Dr. Taylor, you know? Gotta make some headway. No,
Well,
let me just say, go ahead.
thank you to the listeners. Thank you to the listeners that sending me the information. Thank you. Thank you. And I ain't call nobody name, you know, unless they want me to call them name, but thank you.
Let me just say that we have two guests today, and the opinions you hear from them will belong to them. They'll take ownership of their opinions, and those opinions are neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Now, as usual, we have scheduled a very ambitious program. Oh, by the way, big up to our ambassadors and big up to producer Joan. Big up on herself. We have a very ambitious program, and you know we can attribute that to Jamaica being content rich. And however, we characterize the program as being notional in the sense that we're aware of the time constraints and the fact that we might not address every topic every week. But we ask you to bear with us and remember that there is always next week. You know, the thing about this program is that we have an abundance of riches. Because when the boy I run so I do the work at night time, I don't sleep. Up I do the research, or I make phone call, we have to talk to sources, we have to do this, we have to do that. And so we have we have an abundance of topics coming out of Jamaica. And there's this sense of urgency when we want to get the information to you. But it's like the plan we have on a Monday, by the time we get to Thursday, it changed. And sometimes when Kevin, no, we have said to Kevin, put it. I'm saying, no, Kevin, we're not about that one story then, you know. And Kevin will say, but you know, at 2 weeks now, you have it up there and say, well, you're gonna do it and you have more information. I said, no, but see, at that story we're coming, we could do that one day instead, you know. And some of you on complain, I mean, understand the complaint when they say, Ratty, the thing should I run till 10, 11 o'clock at night. But here now, we can't do it that way because we have more programs to address. And don't forget, we have Kevin Stewart 8 o'clock, and most of the people on this program, them go over there, go dance at 8 o'clock. So then it's a call me and say, hey, you know, you should make it between you and Kevin. It's you till 8 o'clock, and it's Kevin after 8 till 10. I mean, I agree with them. So that's what the thing said. That's what the thing said. Kevin.
So the question is, are you going to show the document?
Oh, right.
You can't forget to show the document. As Rattigan pulls up the document, yes, I didn't even say good evening to the people. Good afternoon, good day to you, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Greetings and salutations. Kevin Stew here doing the background, stick around, share my views. Views expressed are those of Kevin Stew and Kevin Stew only. Rattigan and I might agree, but understand. 8 o'clock, Saturday Stew rolls in, come with your musical bowls empty because we're going to fill it up. And those of you that have knee, hip, ankle problems, boy. Yeah.
I just want them to know, say, we support the Stew. We support it, right? So that's why we done pan time so that we can go over and we can, you know, participate in that what we call it now. Kevin, I don't know if it's it's not gymnastics, it's calisthenics or whatever it is. But here Kevin said if you have a knee problem, hip problem, ankle problem, whatever, I just say get your therapy. You need to come over this and come participate.
Work it out.
See document your people. I know, go ahead, Kevin, finish.
Yes, and remember in the week, kevinstew.com this Monday. We'll be on 10 p.m. Eastern on kevinstew.com and affiliates. One Harmony Radio, NIE Radio, Mix102.com, Earth 96 FM in Jamaica, Island Worldwide, the Foundation Radio Network. They all carry the night shift, so you can also catch me. But come to kevinstew.com. That is where you want to be. kevinstew.com, 10 p.m. Eastern. Monday night, we're talking about tariffs. A lot of people hear the word, but don't really know what it is. I'm going to get into it a little bit. So come on over and get that. And everybody that is here right now, make sure that you went on YouTube. Well, most of you are locked in on YouTube. But go and click the little like button, the little thumbs up. Go ahead and click on it for me now. Please and thanks. Those of the listeners on Reggae Global Radio, come on over to YouTube. Just to click on, not going to stay, come back over to Reggae Global Radio, because that's a place to be. And my broadcast after this, Saturday Stew, Reggae Global Radio. Those who don't know, reggaeglobalradio.com. And get the app.
Yeah.
Rebel.
Yeah, did. Yeah, man. We have Tamnika Thomas, TT, the waiting room. Now we'll bring on TT, but we'll bring on the document. I'll bring on the document. I just want to know, sir, right? It's unlikely we'll get through this schedule what we have here now, because I tell you, this schedule, believe me, people, more want to get through it, but it's unlikely because we have so much to talk about. And I just say, with Devon, with Dr. Taylor, we had a problem because of the transmission and all of that stuff. So, TT, give you a few minutes. Just going to show this document here, because people in my ball for this document. See document here. All right. All right. Okay. Kevin, see it already now, so Kevin know I'm going. All right, sit up, people. Minutes of meeting of the Natural Resources Conservation and the Town and Country Planning Authorities technical review, and this was held May 7th, 2024, 10 o'clock via Zoom. See people in there. NEPA, Mines and Geology, Ministry of Local Government, National Works Agency, Water Resource, NRCA, Forestry, everybody did it. Now, so them do see little trickery, I know. See trickery, I know. Them say it's an environmental permit, them a look, right, for a subdivision for the construction and operation of sewage treatment plants, right, by who? China Harbor Engineering. So then, if you read this, it looked like, okay, China Harbor Engineering, I look a permit for set up a sewage treatment plant for somebody, for Smaddy. So who is that Smaddy? All right, you go down some more. And this gentleman here, Donovan Sankey, see him right, the first line right here. Right? So he might represent them, right? And them say that them own, look at the second to last sentence, the one beginning, the project site. It said the project site is located on approximately 167.12 acres, right? But now we're going to find out, say, it's 741 acres, right? Them own. So this would give an impression that it's 167 acres. Now, look what before that, look what it said. It said the property is owned by the Jamaica North-South Highway Company Limited. So if you read this, you would think that the owner is Jamaica North-South Highway Company Limited and that they have a contract with China Harbor to set up the sewage treatment plant. And you would be right, but you would not be completely right. You would not be exact, because here's what happened. This Jamaica North-South Highway Company Limited, guess who owns it? China Harbor. And China Harbor not own it straight out. There's another company between China Harbor and the Jamaica North-South Highway Company.
So before you go much further, let me get some clarity. Jamaica North-South Highway Company is owned by a company that is owned by China Harbor, which is seeking this permit to give China Harbor permission to build this sewage treatment plant.
Correct.
So correct. China Harbor trying to get permission for China Harbor. Okay, cool. Clear.
That's exactly right. It's China Harbor trying to get a permit for China Harbor to build a China Harbor project. But you have different companies there, but all of these companies are owned by China Harbor. So
clear as mud.
But my man saying we at school for nothing, for to sit down and take up space. And we don't have a head just for we're hot. We have a brain inside there. So we find this out. Now, them talk about 167 acres, but like Dr. Taylor said, it's 741.3 we found out. But in addition, on the top about 167.2. And this is what them say. They might give you the technical location of the thing. 49% of the site is occupied by slopes, less than 10% grading, and will be blah 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 blah. And it'll go on. Now, here, look on the second sentence, right? It says, due to the topography of the area, all the surface water flows north towards the coast, right? So it flows north going into the Caribbean Sea. And them say eventually all stormwater from the property enters the culvert under the St. Anne's Bay to Ocho Rios main road and then into Miami Bay. The site is bordered by the Little River on the western side and the Roaring River on the eastern side. Further east is Dunn's River. And them talk about the substation that's there. I want to show you the part of them talk about what them do with the river. All of this is just them just telling you that they're going to develop the land, and them describe the land, and then describe some other things as well. Now here they say that in 2022 they submitted an application to build 762 units, right? And they tell you how they're gonna break it down. 462 detached residential units, 180 townhouse units, 120 apartment units. Them make a mistake right, that's a typo. Them should have one. Them have on. Yeah. Keep going down. Yeah. All right. All right. And so on and so forth. No, that's 2022. You also see where them come. We also the difference now, right? 762 units. Remember that number there. All right. This is all right. Look at the last sentence. You can highlight that one, Kevin, for me. The last sentence in this, the top paragraph here. Yeah. All right. And so what it said? A meeting was then held with the Urban Development Corporation to discuss their concerns, including the diversion of water from the Roaring River. I don't know what that means. It might change the
That's the redirection we talked about from earlier.
Right. And them said a letter, February 24, it was reviewed. Look at, Kevin, I like the last sentence on the top paragraph for me. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Let's see what that's again, people. It said it was also noted that the proposed drainage system involves the realignment of a section of the Little River. See that one up here, so? Roaring River up here, so, you know. Right? They're going to do some diversion with that. And then them come down and say, do the Little River now. So, like my brethren, Tigo just point out to me and say, yo, what happened to the people who depend on the river for their living? What happened to them people? What happened to the ecosystem of the river? Them doing the studies on that? What happened? Look on the next one. Highlight, well, let me see that. People don't look on that. It says, these drainage works will involve the redirection of a tributary of the Little River towards the eastern boundary, joining to the other tributary to improve flood management. So what they must say is that they must create more flood elsewhere, because they must say they must move water that could potentially cause a flooding elsewhere, move it in another area. And you know they must move it to, where you live. They must move it to where you live. All right. So if you live in another area, be careful.
But I like how they like disguising things as to say, okay, we're going to alleviate a problem because we're dealing with flood management. So, we're coming into the rescue.
Right. Look on the next one, I know now. Them say there was a query as to where was the original waterway. Mr. Nelson indicated that the agency was not in receipt of the detailed realignment plan, so he can't get no details. So them never get the information necessary. Them come and them just come and say, well, this is what we want and we expect to get it. All right. Here's another piece right here. So the committee was informed that the southern side of the Little River would be realigned to go into the Roaring River. See?
Yeah, flood management.
And here it goes on to say, members of the committee were in agreement with this proposal. I don't believe that. Members of the committee, people who supposed to protect or no. See? Them agree with this. And see, right, sir? We're in agreement. See, sir? We're in agreement with this proposal. And the presenter indicated that there were some drainage concerns and it was referred to NWA. On the other hand, NWA has approved the drainage plan for the development. The committee will have to review it. All right. So on drainage, UDC have a problem with drainage as a major concern. The chairman expressed concerns about the river realignment and the impact on the proposed subdivision. But listen to this. Here somebody expressed concerns about it, but they said based on comments from NWA, the agency was willing to go ahead with the proposal. So we are sell it out to the, you are give to the Chinese, make them do what they want to. Turn on the river, do whatever they want to. All right. No. Remember what I said to now, look at the development, because this looks eerily similar to what the Prime Minister's wife did up at
Lee's Flats,
where she get a permit for a certain number, and then all of a sudden the number increase, and then when them start asking for permits, up to now I haven't gotten anything back showing that it was approved. There's no variance. No. This is what page 4. All right, let me take you back to something that I don't. All right, look at this. Hear what them saying on June 2022, you know. Them going to build 762 units. See that? 762 units. Now let's get to page 4 now. Look what them are going to build.
Estimated.
See it? Them are doing 848 lots with a total of 834 mixed units. It's gone from 7 and change to 8 and change. See it here now? See it right there, son? See it here? And them no, you know, the first time them get a number of townhouses and detached units and apartments. Now them no give that at all. Them just say, oh, we are going to do 848 lots. Whereas up here, so them say, right here, page 2, them say 762. And they broke it down in 2022. But in 2024 now, them say, no, we are going to go from 762, you know, and we are going to go now to 834. 848. See what that's on? People, this is what's going on under our nose. How many of you knew about this? Let me rephrase. How many of you living in Jamaica knew about this?
That's a better question.
Right.
And in addition to that, how many of you living in Jamaica that know about this, that want to do something about it, know where to direct your questions?
Exactly. Right. And this, they're talking about how they're going to get rid of the waste and all of that stuff. There it is.
They don't even know how to get rid of the waste that is currently building up in the corporate area. They're going to do it in a new development.
And look here. Right here, they say that, look, we're affirming the drainage system, but we have concerns how it will work. Then if you have concerns, how you can affirm it? Wouldn't you want your concerns to be resolved before you say, okay, let's go ahead with it? But this is what's going on. This is what's going on in Jamaica, people. Let me move it. And this went on in the sunshine, meaning that they did it.
Yeah. And they still have night and darkness.
Yeah, this happened. Let me go back and see the date. I think it was 10 o'clock in the morning when they had this meeting.
10 a.m.
Yeah, see it, yeah. See it right there, so. See that 10 a.m. via Zoom. That's a pity we couldn't use Pegasus and get inside at the time, eh? And this was see it right there, so 10 a.m. right? And how many of you living in that area? Let me refine the question, because I'd say how many of us know about, how many of you knew about it, how many of you living in Jamaica knew about it, how many of you living in this area were aware about this, and how many of you attended were invited to attend this meeting, this Zoom meeting? How many of you?
So is it the question Petra does ask?
Is there a process in Jamaica how to object to planning? I'm sure there's a process, but we violate everything that we set up.
There's a process to object to everything. Why?
Yes.
because we elect our officials, which means they need to come to us, the people, before they can do anything. Well, in a perfect world, that's how it's supposed to go.
Right.
We'll hear about it sometime after it has been already rolling down the hill.
All right. Well, look, folks, we have a whole heap of things left. We're killing them with information today. No, believe me, the Constitution, we'll now get through that today, but we hope for start. But we have TT here. So here's what we are going to do. We're bringing TT from Race and Primary Care, health segment, and have her do her presentation. She's going to pave the way for the big boss for come next week, Richard Crookson, for come and talk about diabetes. And let me just bring her without further ado. Ladies and gentlemen, you know her, you love her, you can't resist her. TT, there she is. TT, welcome.
And so, hi, Kevin.
Hey, TT.
Hi. Let me just say thank you for the viewers and the listeners who's here and watching us. We appreciate you. So firstly, I'm Tomica Thomas, for those who do not know. And today I'm here to introduce you to our diabetes management program at Risen Primary Care. Firstly, let me just say, this is a program I am excited about sharing with you because I believe this information needs to be put out there. I mean, too often we see patients walk in and get diagnosed with diabetes, meaning prior to their visit, they were completely unaware. So their last visit could have been a year ago, 6 months ago, 8 months ago. I mean, diabetes itself, while it is a chronic illness, it is not a death sentence, people. What this chronic illness will do is it will provide you the opportunity to take better care of your body. And this is the journey we would like to embark on with you. So our healthcare providers are specially trained in diabetes management and its associated conditions. We stay current with the latest treatment advances, and diabetes management program is here to provide you with optimal care. I mean, you may be asking, what makes the diabetes management program at Risen any different? I mean, what makes our program different is that it is sustainable and suitable for your lifestyle. I mean, this means that if you have a demanding work schedule, we can do your virtual visits. If you have a current regimen or something, maybe some sort of herbal medication that you just believe that, okay, you really want to take this, or you really want to just add on to it and you feel like you're seeing a difference, we can also work with you. I mean, we're in it for the long haul. And so we have a coordinated care approach, which means that we understand that diabetes affects multiple body systems. That being said, our team works together to manage conditions related to diabetes as well. I mean, some of those conditions could be cardiovascular disease, diabetic neuropathy, kidney disease, and vision problems, foot complications, erectile dysfunction, and weight management, which is also a program that we spoke about last week. I should also mention that this program is inclusive of personalized treatment plans that will be customized to your needs. And this will include custom medication management, blood sugar monitoring strategies, diet and lifestyle modification, regular A1C testing and tracking, preventative foot care examination, nutritional guidance. I mean, just to name a few. As a manager here of the Diabetes Care Program, my primary mission is to be your dedicated advocate. Okay, so living with diabetes isn't always easy, but you don't have to manage it alone. Leave that to Risen. So again, our location, for those who do not know, we're located at 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P, in the corner of Avenue H and New York Avenue in Brooklyn, New York.
Can you put that in the chat? Can you put the details? I know every week we have to ask you to do it, but do you mind putting it in the chat, please?
Yes.
And while they're doing that, let me just show, and Kevin itching to, we have two things here we want to show our Jamaican people, particularly those living in Jamaica. But it applies here as well. Take a look at this, folks. This, Kevin, you can big that up for me. This is the 2020 World Health Rankings of life expectancy, right?
Yes.
Oh wait, wrong screen. Sorry.
All right, I can see it.
All right. This is 2020, you know, right?
Right.
It's right here. It's 2020.
Mhm.
And they say that the life expectancy in Jamaica in 2020 was male 74.4, 310 plus 4.4 years, and you're dead. For female, it's higher, 77.7. And they said the total is 76, right? I mean, not the average. You know, you're going to live to 76 in a Jamaica. I want to know if you know in a Jamaica, say the average has gone down. It's no longer 76 from 2020. No. Look at the causes of death in Jamaica. Look at the first one, stroke. You probably can't see it, stroke. Look at the second one, diabetes. It's right here.
Yes.
The second leading cause of death in Jamaica is diabetes.
And I mean, this is one of the things that makes me so passionate about sharing this, because in our community, I mean, the dominance of diabetes is insane, you know, and that is something that this is why I want to share this message, because we see it so often. About 40% of our current patients, I mean, there's a lot of people out there undiagnosed, about 8 million of them in the US alone, undiagnosed with diabetes.
Right.
You know,
look at this, people. Look at the number 5 leading cause of death in Jamaica. Violence. It's right here.
Yeah.
And then look at this other one. The number 13 cause of death in Jamaica is road traffic accidents. But that's 2020. So somebody might say, hey, that's it all. So make we go to 2020. Which one is this, Kevin? 2023, right?
23, yeah.
All right. Look at this. The life expectancy went. What is it now? It's worsened by 2.11 years, from 72.3 to 70.1 in 2021.
So you just lose two years of your life.
20 points. And here it is again. This is 2023 stat. Leading cause of death in Jamaica, stroke. Second leading cause of death in Jamaica, diabetes. It's right there. So
we're not leaving out number 5.
Sorry. Number 5, interpersonal violence. Here it is, right? See it here now. Interpersonal violence. More people die from interpersonal violence than high blood pressure, or kidney disease, or AIDS, or Alzheimer's.
Can you imagine?
Or pulmonary disease. Look at that.
COPD.
So we're going. One of these days we're going to get into it a little bit more. But TT is right. You know, we need to pay closer attention to this condition, and we're walking around undiagnosed.
Right.
Undiagnosed. Go ahead.
And it's number 2 leading cause of death. But you know, the point here is that it does not have to lead to death. Once you're diagnosed, you can even extend your life. You can extend your life than probably what it would have been because the thing is, if it may not be diabetes, it may be hypertension, it may be a lot of other conditions, but knowing that, oh, hey, you know, I'm diagnosed with diabetes. What do I do next? This is my wake-up call to change my lifestyle. I need guidance. You know, you could come to Risen, but you know, I would advise you to come to Risen, of course, but you can turn your life around. And this is what we're here to do. And this is what we want for you. You know, and, you know, my role at Risen as a manager is simple. I mean, it is to help you make your diabetes care as smooth as possible. If you have any questions about medication costs, you need help with understanding your treatment options, just want to talk through your concerns, I mean, that's exactly why I'm here. You know, and like as I mentioned, this is also something that I'm really, really passionate about. You know, I want to see our community healthier. You know, too many of us struggling with diabetes. So I'm personally committed to walking this journey with you. And, you know, we look forward to hearing from you. So you can reach us at 718-717-2278. We have a website, brooklynhealthclinic.com. We also have an Instagram, Risen PC, Risen Primary Care. You can follow us on there and just, you know, see our life updates, kind of get an idea of what's going on at our clinic and what you can expect. You know, so your first step here in this, if you would like to consult with us, you give us a call and we, you know, I'll be there, one of your first lines of contact if you would like to speak with me, to just guide you through the process, how you set up a consultation, and you would come into us and we would take it from there.
All right. Did you put the details in the chat? I don't see it. And by the way, King One, yeah man, we have to talk, King One. Yeah, we'll talk. The details, where are the details? Okay.
So our lead primary provider, Richard Crookson, will be on the show next week, Risen with Rattigan.
Yeah.
He will be there next week to just share more details, to answer your questions about what to expect for your visits, and to answer your questions about diabetes.
Okay.
All right, so look forward to that. He's going to be on live next week.
All right, TT. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Take care of yourself. Be well.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
No worries. All right. Yes, people. Let's see what we are talking about. The diabetes thing. We're not see president come back. All right. Moving right along, folks. You know, recently, right? The I don't know why I'm getting that feedback, but recently, yeah, recently.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, Rebel. I see. Somebody just said something about the Medicare cost going up. Healthcare has gone up for 2025, and so those people that are of age, I know somebody who is a licensed healthcare salesperson. So link me. I can give you the number to reach out to her. If you're especially if you are Medicare age, she specializes in that department. So you can link me. I'll give you her number to link her. And yeah, you can talk and you can sort out your thing.
All right. Good. No. We I get a feedback. I don't know why. I can't hear me. No feedback, right?
Yeah, I wasn't hearing one earlier. I might double check your feed here and see what is going on. But I haven't seen anybody complain about.
All right, people, give me a signal. And I can't hear me. No feedback. Talk to me. No people, talk to me, man.
Yeah, you sound clean. No feedback.
Okay. All right. Clearly, Candy Max. All right, good. Now, here's what happened now. Recently, right, the Order of Jamaica, one of the highest accolades that the government can give to a citizen. They gave that to several people, including Minister Chang, Minister Bartlett, and Ambassador Audrey Marks. Right? We could just quickly go through this because we have a whole heap of things to talk about. Now, Minister Chang has been a complete failure as a minister. Let's not forget about WikiLeaks. He's mentioned in there as having some source that he's connected to criminals and criminal activity. Let's not forget Plan Secure Jamaica, where he said the government was spending $1.2 billion on developing are enhancing or reforming the police department, JCF, as well as they were looking to improve the court system as well as the correctional system. That brings us to the CMOC, the document here. We'll get to that. Let's not forget the murder rate and the fact that they're hiding, the government is hiding the true murder rate by putting dead people in a, when I say dead people, not physically, but put them in death investigation. So they might try to figure out how that person had died. And we have people then putting a death investigation from 2016, and them still can't figure out how them dead yet. Then we have suicide, that's another pool. Then we have self-defense, that's another pool. Then we have missing persons, that's another pool. So the number you're looking at when they put it out at the end of the year is not the correct number. And by the way, just so you know, every year, Kevin, every year they revise the number. They put out a number like the early part of January, and by the time you get to like around March, April or so, you see them revise it. But most people don't pay attention to the revision. And even when they revise it, you still go back and ask them about all these other categories I just told you about, and you'll find that there are hundreds of people in those categories, hundreds of people who died, and them just don't put them on the list. Now, this same Minister Chang, the CMOC, that is a group that is supposed to exert some oversight and make sure that the government comply with the things that it said it was going to do. This took place back in 2020, just before the election, and up to now, them still fall short. Let me see if I find it here. Yeah, the Crime Monitoring and Oversight Committee. That's the name of this body that they were supposed to monitor to make sure that the benchmarks that they set for the government and to deal with the JCF, the judiciary, as well as the correctional institutions, make sure that the benchmarks that they set for themselves, that they achieve them. And we know that they haven't achieved some of the more significant ones, including corruption. They haven't achieved those. Now, this same Minister Chang, so we have WikiLeaks, Plan Secure Jamaica, we have the CMOC, we have the Shoot to Kill directive, we have and we know that extrajudicial killings are increasing. Plus, we know that his deputy is an athlete. Now, I have no idea, no clue. Bring up Kevin now. No idea, no clue about crime fighting. And that we know that the minister has not traveled in years to meet with his counterpart in the US, UK, or Canada. Wherever I hear this, what could I go, sir? I saw it go. Instead, we have the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister. One of my favorite ministers, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. They're the ones going around and spreading the gospel about crime fighting in Jamaica and the initiatives. Not the Minister of National Security, the person who has the primary portfolio to deal with this. And also we'll find that the Prime Minister now turned the doctor into thinking that he's law enforcement, because we'll go to one funeral, and we'll go to the funeral, the pastor dropped down, and what happened? The minister
secure the room.
Cut him 10, see me and now watch what go on. And the Prime
Secure the room.
I said, get up, I'm going to take care of the man. And I did see him just get up and run like Frightened Friday. But this is what happens when you have square pegs in round holes, people who are unqualified to run certain portfolios. And this is one of the biggest mistakes. You cannot, this Ministry of National Security, because Jamaica have a really bad crime problem, and then you take a man with no experience, a man who has been accused of being involved with criminals and criminal activity, and then you show up a meeting where they're supposed to examine how the government is doing in terms of meeting benchmarks to deal with crime. Him don't show up at the meetings, and him assistant is an athlete who I don't want to say it because I want to keep a certain decorum, but him have an athlete who I'm junior minister who have no clue. If a crime committed in front of her, she probably wouldn't even know. And then Them not travel. Them don't travel for go meet with. Instead, it's the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs that do that. So that is our Minister Chang who got the order of Jamaica, you know. And we can't figure out why him get it. Pastor Ricky said he must sleep at meeting. Yeah, we have evidence of that he must sleep, you know. Then the next one is who? Ambassador Audrey Marks. This is lost in space personified. This is, if you want to talk about lost in space, somebody who don't know what this is the person right here. Lost in space. She has been a complete zero. And, you know, some of the people in close to her tell me that her goal is to stay here until her daughter finishes school. She have a daughter who's attending college here. I don't know if it's true, but that was said to me. She the one who come out to the false reporting regarding the travel advisories, and I say, oh, you know, crime is down, and the U.S. government shouldn't, you know, be so critical, and they should use better, you know, more appealing language. You know, I don't run with the people. And she failed to convince the State Department to reduce the levels for you rating. My sources over at the State Department advised me that the State Department went to her office. They went to her office, and I won't tell them where she do her office, but it's a complete turn off for the State Department people, and they left. And this was done on
without conversation.
They left shortly after a brief conversation, and this was on Valentine's Day this year. It was Valentine's Day. This lady she not have no clue, zero, lost in space. Promises. Petra says, I thought she was leaving. We'll get to that. Now, under her watch, she have a CG down in Miami. No, that CG, if you're honest, if you're an independent thinker, you have no choice but to say that man is doing his job. He's going above and beyond what he's required to do.
And I might point out, people seem to think that he is CG for Miami or just in Miami. Let me make this clear. The man is Consul General for the 13 southern states. 13. Not just CG in the city of Miami.
Right.
13 southern U.S. states.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's busy, and Oliver Mayer, that's his name. And
correct.
Look, I've had the occasion to meet with him briefly. I really don't know him, but I've heard a lot of good things that he's doing, and people love him to death. He gets out, you know, he's out in the community. He's doing he's representing Jamaica. Now, make a turn now. I got to the one up in New York now. Alcian, Roach. Give me our last name, somebody. Me keep on forgetting.
Wilson.
Wilson. Okay. Alcian Roach Wilson. No. Under Ambassador Marks is watching us. This lady, Alcian Roach Wilson, she openly solicited business for a nail bar that she's affiliated with. And we have the proof. That the Facebook proof.
But
right?
we showed it.
We showed it, right. And she, a gentleman believed to be her husband, and the business, they were sued by the landlord for non-payment of rent. They not pay rent for months, right? No disciplinary action was taken against this lady, even though that is a possible violation of diplomatic protocol and a possible violation of U.S. tax laws. They don't do her nothing. And she's still there. She's still there.
If she's still there and nothing was done, then she couldn't have done anything wrong.
In the eyes of the ambassador. And that's why both of them must go. Both of them must go. You know, no, the ambassador was supposed to leave before the 2020 UNGA. Right, the UNGA is the UN General Assembly. It's held in New York every September, like mid-September. All the leaders of the world, they come together, they give the fancy speeches and so on and so forth. No, my sources in the foreign ministry told me that she was supposed to leave before UNGA, so that who? Anthony Anderson, General Anthony Anderson, former police commissioner, former national security advisor, former chief of staff of the JDF, that he was supposed to replace her. No, mysteriously, Kevin, that plan was scrapped. And now I'm hearing from my foreign affairs contacts in Jamaica that the ambassador is scheduled to end her tour this December 31st. Right?
And then who?
We don't have a name yet. But for the question might be, well, she's going back home to do what? And it's anticipated that she will replace Dan Webby in the Senate, because Dan Webby just resigned from the Senate. So with all these moving parts, we shall see where we go from there. We shall see. So that is, we deal with Minister Chang, Ambassador Marks. Now let me get to another gentleman who received the Order of Jamaica. Now, this man here has been running around the world lobbying for Jamaica as an international tourist destination. And some of you have heard me big him up, you know, especially during COVID. Me seen them all over the place, fly the flag. And I said, no, for come to Jamaica. And I see him go to Dubai, and Dubai is an international tourist destination, and go to Dubai and convince them that they should make Jamaica a tourist destination. We don't know what happened there. We heard that there were supposed to be some flights. We don't know if those flights, if they've ever got off the ground. We don't know. But he's been running around lobbying for Jamaica. And some people might add he's lobbying for himself. No, he did not, has not, and probably will never lobby for the poor Jamaican workers in the tourism sector who are treated as nothing more than indentured servants.
Mm-hmm.
$2 American dollars an hour.
Yep. So
them charge a room. We run about $400 in high season, and now we're approaching high season, folks. $400 an hour. I mean, $400 a night for a room. And how much them pay? So a tourist coming in and pay $400 for that room. And that room is going to be cleaned by somebody who's making $16 a day. $16 a day. You know, the government has sold out its people to investors so that they can exploit them in the name of profits. There's nothing wrong with investment and investors, but there's something wrong when you cross the line and you start exploiting people. And that is what's going on in Jamaica. They're exploiting our people. They're exploiting them in the name of profits. Not to mention government concessions. A lot of these people, they're not paying their fair share of taxes because they have agreement with the government. They have agreements with the government that they only pay a certain amount. And by the way, we are well aware that when Minister Bartlett come out and say, well, it's 3-point-something billion, whatever it is, the big number, you know, that tourism is harnessing for Jamaica. We found out that no, and the minister, I think he admitted it, it's only 1-point-something billion actually will come to Jamaica. The rest of it stay overseas. The bulk of the money made through tourism will never see the shores of Jamaica. Never see the shores of Jamaica. Why do you think that there's so many foreign investors willing to build hotels in Jamaica? And you see the size of the hotels now, you know. You now build 50-room or 100-room hotels no more, you know. 300, 500 room, 1,000, 500 room, big, massive structures. Why you think them come there and do that? Why? Because look, you have so many islands in the Caribbean. So many islands in the Caribbean. So why is it that they find Jamaica so attractive to come there? Two reasons. Well, 2.5 reasons. The first one, ladies and gentlemen, government concessions. The government give them all kind of concessions that you try start a hotel on your own and see what happens. Then you not get them concessions there. Them get concessions to do all kinds of things to make it profitable for them. And the second thing is cheap labor. Cheap labor. That's why they're there.
Sorry, you know the thing.
What they're supposed to do is say, okay, you know what? For the Rio, for example, just say, okay, let's see what they pay their workers in Spain. Let's see what they pay their workers in other parts of the world. It's a president there, wait, wait. Make us see where them pay, and then let's do a calculation based on that, right? But we're not doing that. We're not. We'll get to the.
Up and running.
All right, my brother. We'll get to the tourism thing in a little bit. But listen, sources in Jamaica have reported that Minister Bartlett is not as angelic as some would have you believe. Can seem like a nice, elderly, refined gentleman. He constantly have a smile. He have a ready smile. And it seemed like a warm person. But those same persons, right? I wait there, Kevin. Hold on there. Down there, sir. Let me drag it up here. Hold on there. May I look for the pretty picture, man. I look for the pretty
the hotel?
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, we have an art. See one article. Well, Kevin, I look for that. See one article where them say the process used to give Chinese lands under question. Yes, and even the government, Senator Leslie Campbell, asked questions like, "Why are we giving these people prime lands? For what? For what?" But we're not going to this article here right now. We have something else we want to show now. Hold on a second there. See that, Kevin. All right. Remember, I'm showing you that picture, yeah?
The jewel.
You can big it up for me, there, Kevin. Why pretty? When I look on it right, I said pretty on the screen, I know. Pretty, pretty, pretty.
Yeah, man.
No. That's the biggest it can go, right?
Yeah.
All right, people. I can see it on a bigger screen. I'm telling you, this place is pretty like money. Well, it take money to really go to a place, yeah. And like I said, I've been there. I think twice I've been there. Very, very beautiful place. The picture doesn't do it justice. Picture doesn't do it justice. Now, the sources in Jamaica, including some people in this area, I won't say more than that, they have reported that our Minister Bartlett, him own one of the most expensive apartments in this building here, Jewel Grand. It was formerly known as the Palmyra, and I think when them name take it over, when them name Sagicor. Sagicor, I think, took it over because it was in default at one point. It was an Italian guy who was building it, and I think he died or ran into some problems. But I'm not sure if he died and he had some problems. I mean, financial problems, or he died and then people who took it over had financial problems. The essential thing is this: that he didn't complete the building. I think Sagicor took it over, completed it. Right.
So Sagicor owns the building, the property and the building now?
I don't know who owns the building right now, but I know Sagicor took over. I was told that Sagicor took over the project, right? And sources again are telling us that I don't know if it's the top floor, right? Or so one of them, what them call them, a penthouse. I don't know where. I don't know that. I will get there. I will get his apartment number, but I was told that he paid an exorbitant some big money US for this place, yeah. Not the whole building, him have a residence in the building, right? Now, inquiring minds have asked me if Minister Bartlett should be investigated under the illicit enrichment provision of the Prevention of Corruption Act. because they say we don't, you know, if you pay more than $1 million for this US, then we don't understand. We don't understand where the money they're from. So I tell them, say, look, I don't know. I don't know. But I don't know, but I do care. I know it's up to the IC. I don't know if if this was declared. I'm still waiting, you know, to get the paperwork to show that he's the owner. I'm just telling you this, that I've been told by people who are familiar with this structure, this resort. I've just been told by them that yes, he's there. No, there's a resort in Montego Bay, in the Montego Bay area, known as Secrets. In fact, they just had a demonstration or a protest there, I think, last week or the week before. We'll get to that. Secrets. But the Jewel Grand, this building here, that allegedly is associated with Mr. Bartlett, this should be renamed. It shouldn't be called. It was Palmyra before, and I think now it's Jewel Grand. It should be called Secrets 2. Whether you want Secrets 2, you know, the Roman numeral 2, or you want to call it Secrets TOO, meaning that the secrets are also secrets. Yeah, because sources have reported that more than one politician live in this building. Them secretly own apartments in this ultra luxury building. Look at the building, pretty like a money. And we've been told that it's not just one politician have a place in this thing here. We hear some names, but we're not, you know, in time.
Listen, some pictures I got sent with the Blue Lagoon place owned by a politician. Man,
them they're all over the place, man.
Earthy.
No, here's the thing. We're also hearing, and again, we have to go try and get to the bottom of this. We're hearing that Minister Bartlett is associated with a development called the Bartlett Estate Development in the Montego Bay area. We're not sure. It just came to my attention. People whispered in my ear and told me that. And we don't know if that is the case. So I'm waiting for verification. I'm waiting for sources to complete their cross-checking and background inquiry. So Minister Bartlett, Minister Chang, and Ambassador Marks, Jamaica is aware of what you're doing, and we're not proud. We're not proud, Minister Bartlett, of the way the tourism sector is being treated, and we're talking about the workers. Ambassador Marks, we're not proud of your representation of Jamaica before the State Department and other institutions in the United States. And Minister Chang, we're not proud of what you're doing in terms of fighting crime, sir. What can go so, Petra? This can go so.
Same way, sir.
This is it. No, Kevin, wait, you not try to think of Michelle just do the. Michelle do the other one. Hold on a second. If Michelle do the other one.
Which other one?
The one with the border security.
Well, I'm thinking as we're on the issue of hotels and resort areas, that go ahead and address that.
Okay.
So there's that, and there's the little issue of this constable.
Oh, this one right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But since we're talking about resorts and stuff.
All right. Because of that, tourism, you know, I was talking to a friend of mine this week, and he was saying, look, you need to look at it whether it's investment or exploitation. No, it's very simple. It is exploitation based on everything that we know so far.
Yes.
If you look at the labor cost, $2 an hour. If you look at the wage comparison with workers in a different location working for the same company, you realize that we have a problem here. And this has been going on for quite some time. I don't know if there's a union of people, workers in the tourism sector.
They have a union.
It's weak. It's weak, man. Weak. It's weak.
And we get bought out too.
No, who are the voices? Who are the voices of the workers? The poor, as my brethren, that's it, the poor pauperized workers. Who are the voices of the workers? Here's what we say. The voices of the workers, the government. We've seen special envoy we've seen Minister Bartlett, and we've seen a special envoy. We've seen them talking, having meetings. The special envoy talked to some workers, telling them they must go back to work or come off of the street or whatever. The Prime Minister had meetings with the stakeholders, meaning the resort owners. If you don't notice, him not have no meeting with the workers, them. So let's see where his interest is. So who's really acting as a voice for the workers? The government is saying that to some degree it is.
But
now,
the Prime Minister come out and talk a thing, say, hey, listen, we're going to sort out the thing for you.
Well,
isn't that what the Prime Minister said in the news report? All right, since the Rebel taking that call, let me I don't know if he wanted to do this TVJ news report where the Prime Minister talks about addressing that. Just nod your head, Rebel, if you can hear me. Yes, man. See, I can read minds, I just don't know a lot of numbers.
For the past few weeks, tourism workers have been busy protesting a number of issues, including low wages, poor working conditions, and bad treatment.
We cannot allow grievances in the natural process of adjustment in a growing sector to derail the sector.
It's in Jamaica's best interest to bring back normalcy to the sector. As Prime Minister Andrew Holness pointed out, tourism is 30% of Jamaica's gross domestic product and is the largest foreign exchange earner. It was reported in April that gross tourism earnings for the fiscal year ending March 2024 was projected at $4.38 billion. That was a 9.6% increase over the previous fiscal year.
Tourism is growing and expanding and adjusting. The workers, they are justified in also seeking their own household and their own remuneration and their own benefits to grow in proportion with the growth and development of the industry.
And so Mr. Holness had this message for the workers.
This administration respects the workers. We hear their plight. We understand their issues. And I have met just last Friday with some of the investors in tourism. And we had very frank conversation. And what I am pleased with is that the investors and owners and managers, they understand this point. They understand that tourism is about happiness.
He describes it as the economy of happiness for all stakeholders, including visitors, workers, management, and investors.
Minister Bartlett has been tasked to bring the sector together, to have real dialogue about how we're going to ensure that our workers in the tourism industry, that they are happy. There are many issues there. It's not just about pay. Sometimes, in fact, most times, it is about the conditions under which they work. Sometimes it's a matter of how management talk to them. We understand the issues, and we will bring resolution to these issues in a favorable way.
Andrea Chisholm, TVJ News.
You know, one of the problems that I have with glorified talkers with elaborate words is they're just that, words. He didn't use any elaborate words in this particular instance, but he gave no definitive direction. He said nothing addressing what it is that the people who are doing the work have coming to them in the way of some sort of a solution, some sort of a favorable solution. He acknowledges that tourism is a big deal for all the stakeholders, but you have stakeholders and you have stake eaters, and maybe we need to start understanding and recognizing some of these other players, because the stakeholders tend to be the ones that are serving up the steak to the stake eaters, and the stake eaters are the ones that are benefiting. So yes, the hotel workers are stakeholders because they're making sure that these industries are well run, and the people that are spending the money are happy, so that the people that are making the money can be happy, but the people that are making sure that they stay open are not. And so they have all right to come out and, yes, OT, no true advocacy, they have all right to come out and protest. And then this is where people recognize where the power lies. But as soon as a little something gets handed over, the power is given up. And we see it happening over and over in representational politics. This is just a microcosm of the very same thing that we see in general politics. This is the industry taking a page out of our politics book. And so here it is, the whole hotel industry, where everybody recognizes that it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, which is probably why some of our politicians have gotten involved in it secretly. Hence, secrets too. But it makes sense. And so we have, yes, that place. And so we have the individuals that we have put in place not answering to us, running rampant and making pockets fat with 28 bank accounts and more that you can open with $0. You have properties that are not accessible to Jamaicans, that are national monuments, that these individuals who are representing Jamaicans are making billions and millions of dollars off of. So why not protest? If you're working $2 an hour in a $400 a night industry, $16 a day in a $400 a night industry, why not protest? You have to clean 15 rooms to make $16. Make it make sense. Rebel, you're muted. Rebel, I don't know if it's us you're talking to or you're not called. You're muted.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. No, I'm saying that no, it cannot make sense. We have in backstage here, we have our dear friend Conrad O'Brien. He's gonna come on and give us a sense of what's happening in Jamaica. So he's gonna run the landscape from tourism to the elections to whatever else he can share with us, so that we can improve our knowledge of what's going on. But in the meantime, let me just say that what the Prime Minister said a while ago was clearly disingenuous and in some instances a fabrication. Because when he said that tourism brings in 4.37 something like that, 4.37 billion, it's not being truthful. $4.37 billion not coming to Jamaica. A fraction of that is coming to Jamaica. Most of that money is overseas somewhere with these multinational corporations in their bank accounts. It's not coming to Jamaica. So I don't know why I keep telling people that we need to. I don't know. This man is so stubborn that even in the even Ed Bartlett, Minister Ed Bartlett himself admitted that it's only 1.1 billion, come out Jamaica. And here it is him come and says 4.3 something, and he's asking people not to derail. Well, before I bring in Conrad, let me just say this. Because I know Conrad have a lot to say upon his mind. Let me just say this, that I am asking the industry, the tourism sector, I'm asking all of the workers, what you are doing, we are proud of what you're doing. But on the need for organize. We see onesies and twosies. We see a hotel here this week and one next week. And to catch a fire, when I say catch a fire, I mean the movement is picking up steam. What I would like to see, I would like to see them organize it so that them take off the Christmas holidays and the New Year's holiday, because guess what? That's high season. That's part of it.
Yes.
Yeah. So they just say, you know what happened? We not coming to work as a sector. We're not coming to work the Christmas holidays straight back into New Year's. You know what happened? I derail the complete thing, derail. And guess what happened? I would have loved Fauna to get together and make this announcement to the government a week or so before, so you give them advance notice and you give them a chance to sit at the table with you.
Right.
And if you don't need me to come down and represent, I will gladly do it. If you don't need me to sit at the table, I will gladly be a part of it. You just let me know I'm there on the next Friday. I come down and come sit down. And once them say them want to talk to I will be there. Because them can't pull the wool over freeway eye. Them can't put in that idea that we're all stupid, and so we can just throw a little bone here and then them just yam it up and then them just forget about everything else, and we can't distract them. That them days are over and done.
And Jeffrey said it, the Prime Minister talking out of both sides of his mouth. It's election season, so the Prime Minister is going to use glorified words.
And then Kevin, wait, I just know him realize that the workers them have issue. I just know him realize that people that talk to them are weird. I just know him realize all of these things, and it's one for years. By the way, it's one before him coming in, but him coming to change things. Yes. So when people tell me, say, "Oh, it used to happen before," fine, I'll admit that. But him wants him to come to change things.
Right. Just like, he's changing things because people getting beach access. So he's going to be changing things. Prezi, welcome back. He's going to be changing things because, okay, nice to see you, Prezi. It was nice seeing you. But
in the meantime and in between time, let me bring in our dear friend and brother, Conrad O'Brien. And it's been a journalist from out of Jamaica. Come in, Conrad.
One looks
Hi, Raleigh. Hi, I'm saying Raleigh. Hi, Rebel. How are you doing?
At the top of the world, brother.
Good. And to the rest of the panelists, I must say that after a hard week, I am a little bit tired, but nonetheless, hold on. Let me see if it's from my side. I'm getting this feedback. Maybe I need to headset. All right. Are you guys hearing me clearly?
Yes.
Yep.
Good. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear the Conrad. Go ahead. And what I'd like to Conrad, before Conrad, hold on. Here's what I'd like you to do. I want to give you the floor, and I don't want to interrupt you. I want to give us a rundown of the major issues affecting Jamaica, whether it's the election or tourism or crime or finance or whatever it is. Just give us a rundown of the issues affecting the ordinary Jamaican these days.
All right. Well, certainly the thing. Good evening again. The major things that are impacting the Jamaican people are really what we describe as you guys would the kitchen table issue. That is to say, the cost of living, people taking care of their basic needs. Those are the things that's where I would start. And indeed, it encompasses things such as what we call the low wage, low growth, and very stagnant economy that we're seeing in Jamaica, because that's where the rubber really hits the road. The PM talked about, it's not the pay. Sometimes it's not the pay. And certainly in this case with the hotel worker, it is indeed the pay. When you have somebody going home for maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks cycle with less than 30,000 Jamaican dollars, then certainly you're in deep trouble. You're in deep water with that. You know, there's also the perennial problem of crime and violence that continue to plague us, Mr. Rattigan, where we continue to see the shooting and mass shooting taking place here in Jamaica. And the government and indeed the police force are rather hard pressed to convince the Jamaican people that the numbers are down, even though that is what is reported. Also, what I'm getting from, and this is to deal with another sector, the sector that has to do with the fighting of crime. What I'm getting is that there is more than just anecdotal things. There are some amount of evidence. People are saying that this commissioner of police, he is actually driven by his politics, his deep commitment to the Jamaica Labour Party. That is what persons within the Jamaica Constabulary Force saying to me. And as a result of that, the hard-working men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force who have been long-serving, not getting promotion, but you have junior officers who are somewhat recommended by members of the political directorate, and we're seeing them occupying the office of DSP, or well, from the rank of inspector, deputy superintendent, all the way up to assistant commissioner level and so on. And I'm saying that is the information that I'm getting from inside of the police force. And up to last week, Monday, so I got to receive a call and persons saying to me, police officers saying to me that this is one of the things that is dragging the organization in terms of the morals. Now, moving deeper into the politics, you're getting the impression that the people, majority of the people on the ground are saying that, listen, to borrow the acronym of the People's National Party, they're saying time come. And they believe that this administration has outlived its usefulness, and they believe that the Prime Minister should at least give the Jamaican people an opportunity to make a decision by going to the polls. You know, those are some of the things that people are concerning to the people of Jamaica now. There's also, sorry, Rebel, there's also what is called the misery index that continue to climb. People are feeling more and more miserable. They don't feel as if Jamaica is that happy place anymore, simply because it come back down to where I begin. The kitchen table issue. I give you those, Mr. Rattigan, and you can basically dovetail into where you want me to zero in and where you want us to lead on the discussion. Certainly, we know what happened yesterday, and I'll be happy to talk about it. I'll be happy to go deeper into what is taking place within the tourism sector in Jamaica, and indeed, what are my view? What is my view as to how this situation within the sector can be addressed?
Let's start there. Let's start with your opinion as to how the situation within the sector can be addressed.
All right. First of all, we have all seen over the last few weeks, where a number of hotels have been coming out, and as you correctly saying, what we're seeing them coming out one by one out of the woodwork. And I totally agree with you that really and truly, to get that shock and awe, you know, it needs to be more coordinated, and so that, you know, the industry players will feel the full blunt, and to see how powerful these workers who are paid scant regard and almost nothing for their service, how valid and how important they are. I spoke to the tourism minister yesterday during the election over there in Indian Town region, James Hill to be exact, at the James Hill Primary School, and the minister said something to me that I really found to be rather appalling, and certainly look at it with some amount, take it with some amount of disdain. And I think I've done my viewers, listeners, a little bit of disservice not to push the minister a little more on it, because when I mentioned to him the fact that the recent upheaval within the sector, the minister did say that this is coming about because the people have jobs. So what the minister was actually insinuating, had they not have any job, they would not demonstrate. And I find that to be rather distasteful, to say the least, to the workers. And I want to underscore to say that Ed Bartlett, who I see as a worker and a consummate marketer, I have some time for him in some regard. But I think that answer that he gave to me yesterday was somewhat not comforting to myself, and indeed I would say to the workers themselves. Now, to what I believe that can be done or should be done within the sector. To begin with, I believe that we need to get rid of these short-term contracts, because that is what is timing then the whole bargaining rights of the workers. Because with the short-term contract, it does not give the union the space to go in and to seek bargaining right for the workers at all. Because by you go in, the union go in and start the negotiation, when they accumulate a certain number of people there, it could be a different set of people that they have to deal with. So that effort is thwarted. And, so to get to that point, we need to deal with this. And this has to come from the courage and the political will of the government of the day. They will have to do it. Mr. Holness and his clan, seems as if they're not willing to go there. It is going to be incumbent on Mark Jefferson Golden, Marky G, to do it, because Andrew Michael Rodham Holness have gotten his chance going 9 years, well, probably going into 10 years now. And certainly the workers have not seen anything. Workers are crying foul, they're overworked, underpaid. As a matter of fact, you have workers during the protest saying that, listen, it pains their heart so much when they serve up the delicious meals to the guests and they have to retreat to the quote-unquote barracks to eat corned beef and bread. So that's where I would say the start we need to start there in terms of getting rid of the short-term contracts, because you can't have proper negotiation, and outside of the proper negotiation, the short-term contract robs the tourism workers of benefits.
No, Mr. Conrad, it is my view that it was intended to be that way, because I know people who have been in the tourism sector for the hotel sector for quite some time, managers as a matter of, and they were employees, and then once their hotels were purchased by others, they changed the employment rules. And so what they did was they said, listen, we're just going to have you come in and you work 6 months, and then we'll lay you off for 2 months, and then you come back. And why? Because they don't have to pay benefits. They see them as contract workers, which is different from employee. And you're right, we have to stop this. And I don't understand why is it that we have allowed it to happen. We knew it was going on. We know that people making $2 an hour. Why is it that this was allowed to go on? I'm also questioning the forthrightness and the courage of our people to say, no, this can't go on, because this has been going on for such a long time. But at the same time, I applaud them for what they're doing now. They're taking to the streets. However, as you said, it should be done in a coordinated fashion. And the best way to get a deal is when you do it industry-wide, nationwide. And then you bring all them together, because once you tell them that, listen, it's high season and we're not coming to work, we're going to derail the process, we're going to derail the whole thing, they will come to the table, because at the end of the day, their primary concern is the bottom line. How much money can we make? And if nobody show up for work, they're making zero. So they have to come. And you know how much money you need. So how greed is a hell of a thing, because they're making $400 a night for a room, right? High season, and they pay the worker cleaning that room $16 a day.
Absolutely, Mr. Rattigan, and I must say to you that what you have, it can be done. I remember former opposition leader and PNP president, Dr. Peter Phillips. It was one of his trump card that he would get rid of the short-term contract for persons along that level, because indeed there is a space for short-term contract when you're getting in certain expertise and so on for short-term. And indeed, let's say somebody goes on maternity leave, somebody goes on sick leave, or vacation leave, then you could now bring in such a person and that short-term contract to fulfill that void that would have been left there. There's also precedent, something that we have seen recently, where by virtue of work done by people like Lambert Brown and Cavengale, number of persons within the structure of the union, and the recommendation that they made that was in train years ago, we saw where, and we want to give commendation for this, we saw where the lower level workers within the Solid Waste Management Authority, that's to say the sanitization workers, the gentlemen and women that works on the truck, those who sweeps the streets and so on, we saw over within the past few weeks where they have been taken off the short-term contract and now being made permanent employee. So they will get some benefit such as insurance, they'll get beyond pension and all of those kind of things. So we want to applaud that, and we acknowledge that incremental step taken. However, when you talk about the hotel that is privately owned and have thousands and thousands of employees or of persons working with them, we need to go there. We also need to dovetail all of this with things like beach access and so on. Because here it is, Mr. Rattigan, the visitors that attend up on the shore of Jamaica, they're actually asking the question, how come they don't see the Jamaicans on the beach, and so that they have access to? So even the visitors, they are asking questions. But I'm happy to hear the platform that is being laid out by Mark Golden to say that this will be one of his mantra, things like beach access, and he put out communicate.
Yeah.
Conrad freeze too.
Yeah. They might assault the system, yeah. But people we are continue, Conrad, Conrad, if you can hear us, please exit and re-enter. Exit and re-enter, because move him there. Yeah. I mean, this is just Kevin, we have another view. We have Zara. Say Conrad. Hold on there, Conrad. Yeah, Conrad, you were frozen a while ago. Go ahead, sir. Finish your point.
Where are you lost, man, if you may? What was the last thing?
You're talking about the tourists. The tourists were asking how come they're on the beach and they don't see any Jamaicans and what's going on.
Absolutely. They are now asking those questions, and also they're in solidarity with the workers within the hotel who have to take strike action to demand better condition of employment and indeed better salary. You know, and I was saying that I was dovetailing into the conversation, the whole access, the reason that I like what I'm hearing from Mark Golden, saying that he will be taking on this whole vets issue of access to our beach for our Jamaican citizens, and also he will be addressing the short-term contract fulsomely. We await that. The fact of the matter is that Mark Golden has never gotten a turn at the wicket as Prime Minister. Mr. Holness, on the other hand, is there 90 years on the trot, and he has not fulfilled any of these obligations. We saw him take to the media earlier this week to outline a raft of situation. I describe it as somewhat a leftover food, because we have heard 90% or 95% of this that Mr. Holness come and regurgitate to the Jamaican people.
All right. Kevin, go ahead, please.
Conrad, the hotel industry or the tourism industry is slightly different from our solid waste industry in that solid waste is considered.
Sorry.
The solid waste management.
Yeah, man, we are aware.
Yeah, so in that it is considered to be seasonal, but in a place like Jamaica, how seasonal is tourism really? Because people come into Jamaica all year round and participating and partaking of our beautiful beaches in the tourist industry, and as such, to run a campaign to say do away with these short-term contracts would make sense. But what was preventing it from happening up until this point?
You know, let's address it fulsomely. The truth is that for a long time, and this would be successive administration, but there comes a time when you have to draw a line in the sand and say enough is enough, because we're supposed to be on a progressive trajectory to ensure that our people standard of living are better off and the condition of work is at its optimal. We also need to get to the place where we're paying people a livable wage. As a matter of fact, the discussion on Monday and my radio program on News Talk 93 FM, where I had Senator Brown as my guest, the listeners and the viewers, they were putting forward the argument that Jamaica should be looking at $10 per hour, US dollars per hour, for our tourism workers. And indeed, that is a viable proposal that put out there. And I believe that those caller and texters said on Monday, they actually gave the workers a template as to what they could work with. And you know, the difference you mentioned, Kevin, about the seasonal situation, and that probably some time ago, years ago, when people probably look at it and say, well, tourism was seasonal, you know. Of course, we know that there are high season. There are high season or higher season. However, tourism is from January to December in Jamaica. So that would be a flimsy excuse, no, Kevin, if they should moot that point at all. You know, it would be somewhat of a cop-out, so to speak, to give the people in the sector, you know, what they truly deserve. And since we're at it, let us just throw into the mix here that, let's say, one of the sector that should be booming from the tourism, the arrival even, we're not even seeing that. Because, for example, agriculture, that should be booming, we're not seeing that, because we are not getting that kind of take up within the hotel sector, because majority of what they utilize there, it's coming in the country by way of import. Even our manufacturing sector, let's say our furniture industry, that we should be seeing, where the bedding industry and so on peaking, you know, are growing exponentially. We are not seeing that, because a lot of the things that's being used in the hotel, they're still coming in. from overseas.
Conrad, I have a question for you here. A very dear friend of mine and a strong supporter out of Jamaica. She said, hold on 1 second. Okay. She said, why did the Prime Minister insert himself in the process with the striking hotel workers? Why did he not allow the Minister of Tourism, who benefited from a hefty salary increase during COVID, and or the senior strategist in tourism, Delano Sivra? Is it that he had no confidence in the minister properly address the matter? If so, why keep him and pay him the big 300% salary increase? What's your take on that?
Excellent question, and certainly we have seen that in more areas. We have even seen that in the security apparatus, where the Prime Minister tends to insert himself quite a bit. What's happening now, as you can hear, the Prime Minister is saying that the Member of Parliament, they're falling down on the job. But I think the Prime Minister probably need to go a bit further to say he's seeing that non-performance in terms of the ministers as well. But I'm also hazarding a guess here that the PM recognize fully that his government, his administration is waning in popularity day in, day out. And the Jamaica Labour Party still believe that their best bet in town is Prime Minister Holness, bro God. You know, they still believe that he is the most popular person, and maybe they believe that he believed that with his insertion into what's taking place in the sector, the tourism sector, then he will be able to quell it. But what he did was more damage than good, because when what happened, he actually disrespected the workers by coming out and say that while he basically in solidarity with the workers, it was political, and it was being driven by a political person, i.e. the opposition. And I believe that was the biggest disrespect, because here's the Prime Minister of Jamaica pushing back on the workers to say that, listen, you don't know what you want, you don't know what you're feeling. So what you're doing here is basically promulgated by persons from the political directorate, i.e. his opposite number. I believe that was disingenuous and disrespectful, Mr. Rattigan and your team, and listeners and viewers.
Well, you know, it's just a sad situation. Like I said, I'm just hopeful that the workers will coordinate, collaborate, organize, and they will do it industry-wide, nationwide, so that the powers that be will feel, as you said, the full brunt of their power. The workers must realize that the power is in their hands. Without them, there is no tourism. They need to realize this and bring the hotel operators and the titans of this industry along with the government to the table. And it's so sad that it's only after a series of these protests that the government has seen it fit now to come forward. And the only reason why the government is coming forward is simply because the people who support them, their campaigns with big money, they own some of these resorts. And so they're calling the shots, and they're saying, listen, you have to do something to stop this, because... And he met with them, but he didn't meet with the people. He didn't meet with the people who are actually suffering.
Indeed.
He met at some conference that they combined and whatnot. But I'm talking about going out and meeting with these people, calling a meeting of the hotel workers and said, listen, I understand what you're going through, blah, 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 blah. But then the question is this: you're just understanding that, Mr. Prime Minister, this has been going on for a long time. You've been in power, as you said, for more than 8 years, 9 years?
9 years.
And
what we're seeing, you know, Mr. Rattigan, just like what is taking place with the administration general, the government, the people of Jamaica we're patient people, and very, very long-suffering people as well. But when they have a thing to say, enough is enough, and as the PNP is running with their thing, and pardon me, I'm not being political here, but they're saying time come. Jamaican people understand those phraseology. And indeed, what we're seeing now in the sector where hotel workers, one hotel after the other, is coming out. And I believe, Mr. Rattigan, as the night follows the day, the people are going to act on what you suggest, where they will be coming together, or they will come together in their numbers and throw their forces. Because I believe that more and more people are becoming sensitive or sensible, or being aware of the fact that you need collaboration. And I can tell you, people are watching social media, people are watching cable television, they're seeing things that are taking place across the world, across the globe. And I think that the Jamaican people are now fully aware that we are not children of a lesser God. So we are deserving to, we deserve to benefit from the largest, so to speak, you know, the sweat of our brow. We deserve to benefit from the God-given resources that has been given to us, such as the beautiful beaches that we have across the length and breadth of Jamaica. The people are seeing that as clear, as big as a roast breadfruit, as we would say in cricket term, when the ball is coming sweet and the bat, you know, you're seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, you know. So the people are seeing that, Mr. Rattigan, and I believe what we saw yesterday in the by-election from St. Thomas through to Clarendon, from the constituency that Dr. Nigel Clarke represented in St. Andrew, and in South Trelawney, where we saw the low numbers, even though they were uncontested by the major opposition, the PNP. And that's my reason. I'm kind of straying a bit, but that's my reason to describe what happened yesterday as 4-0, and we will elaborate as we go along. 4-0, in my view.
Let me just take a little time just to remind people that the JABM tomorrow, they're having the protest at the Blue Lagoon from 1 to 4 p.m. This is in Portland. You heard earlier from Devon, who is spearheading that movement. They're in Miami Bay today. They'll be at the Blue Lagoon tomorrow. So if you're anywhere in Portland, St. Thomas, St. Mary, and you can make it, please go. But on a broader level, if you live at Westmoreland and you can make it, please go. They need your support, because this is one for every Jamaican. They can't attach any politics to this. You know, some issues them say, oh yeah, because my this or because my this one, it doesn't matter what political stripe you are. It doesn't matter what color you belong to. It doesn't matter what party you subscribe to. This is affecting
what religion
is affecting all of us, right? Yes. So I'm asking all of you to go out and support this thing tomorrow. And there is the email information right there to the bottom right, info@jabm@gmail.com. You go there, you get all the information you need. Somebody had asked earlier about financial support for the organization. That information is there. If you want to find out about their many lawsuits, that information is there. If you want to find out about the protest, that information is there. Anything you want to find out about JABM, please. And then the telephone number is there. So I'm asking you, please go out and support JABM. Another thing I want to put up is this. Our good friend, Dr. Michelle Codner, psychologist out in the Massachusetts area. They're putting out, they're having a program in December 6th to 8th at the UA Mona campus. It's called Dying to be Beautiful. That's a question. Seeing today, shaping tomorrow. And it says right here, join us to better understand some of the physical and mental health challenges facing teens and young adults in our societies, and gain tips to improve your own mental health. God knows we need this kind of a program in Jamaica. And it's designed for HR managers, technocrats, guidance counselors, teachers, mental health professionals, religious leaders, parents, and community organizers. And here are some of the workshops that they're having and some of the sessions. First one is the bleaching Browning syndrome. Interesting. Out of the dark and into the light. Another one is Black Girl Magic and digital wellness in the influencer age. Mental health in athletes, breaking the stigma, promoting productive coping skills, and empowering optimal performance. 4 is the power of choice on creating mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. And then we have some more here. There's a oral presentation, 15 minutes each session, body image and disordered eating among Jamaican women, age 30 and older, examining the associations among actual ideal weight discrepancy, body dissatisfaction, and the drive for muscularity among Jamaican male weightlifters. Number 3 is prevalence and correlates of substance use among high school adolescent girls in Jamaica. And then there is a sample workshop, 1-hour sessions, healing voices, addressing sexual trauma in Jamaica and the English-speaking Caribbean. Number 2, beauty and the bank account, social, environmental, and financial impact of beauty standards. And 3, embracing asymmetry, a personal journey in navigating body image choices after breast cancer diagnosis. This is a wonderful, wonderful endeavor from December 6th to 8th at the UA Mona campus. It's entitled Dying to be Beautiful. I'm encouraging all of you who can hear my voice, please support this endeavor. Attend if you can. Let me see what else. It's sponsored by Boston Children's Hospital, Gale and Hope, Caribbean Dermatology Association, CB Group, and Grace. So please, folks, there it is again. Remember the date, December 6th through 8th at the UA Mona campus. All right.
Absolutely, Mr. Rattigan, and we endorse that fully. We endorse that fully. Of course, your listeners know that's where I broadcast from, the University of the West Indies campus, and News Talk 93 FM Mondays and Tuesdays. And urging you to stay tuned for big things there. And you may have yours truly more days to come. It's a work in progress.
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm getting all kinds of calls about you being here and the interesting information that you're bringing to the program. People are really enjoying the session. So, we have Miss Zara Burton coming up around 6:30. As I said to you before, folks, we're not gonna get to everything because we're gonna get to Dr. Nigel Clarke. But then we also have a piece on the border security and we have a piece on the Prime Minister. I don't think we're going to get to those, but not to worry. We're not going to where we're there. So, anything else, Mr. Conrad O'Brien? Talk to us.
Well, let me just close off with what took place yesterday. What happened there. First of all, I think congratulations is in order for the People's National Party. And indeed, its president, Mark Jefferson Golden, the man who really and truly has basically moved from strength to strength. I must tell you, of course, Mr. Rattigan, you and the listeners know that the most revered prime minister in Jamaica is Michael Norman Manley. And what I was hearing yesterday when I was just, working the crowd down there in James Hill from morning till night, all I was hearing, this man, Mark Golden, remind us of Michael Manley. And when people say that, I don't think they're saying it glibly. It means that people must have seen something in Mark Golden. And I believe that, the anticipation of Mark becoming Prime Minister of Jamaica is very high, but I can say as well that the people are going to hold him to some very, very high standards. So I think he is prepared. But, and in addition to that, Mr. Rattigan, the People's National Party basically confirmed what the Don and the poll have been saying, that they're leading in the poll by about 9 percentage points, and it seems as if the PNP and Mark Golding is impregnable going forward to form the next government of Jamaica. I describe what happened over the last few days, you know, with Carl Samuda coming out and talk about how much he was disrespected. Rose Hamilton down there in the Raytown division, Kim Brown Lawrence, and other persons coming out and talk about how they're treated in the Jamaica Labour Party. And indeed, the result of the election yesterday, where the PNP won the two that they contested, and certainly by way of the numbers that came out in those by-election, the low numbers that the JLP got, you know, I think one could describe them as 4-0, because those two that they did not contest, certainly they did not win them by way of the showing of the numbers. And I can tell you, without any fear of successful contradiction, that there's a lot of issues within the Jamaica Labour Party camp. There's a lot of bloodletting. I described earlier this morning elsewhere that I believe the mops out there in the various Arbor Dash resort store will be sold out over the weekend, because there's so much blood on the floor within the Jamaica Labour Party. So there's a lot of mapping that has to take place there. Going into tomorrow's conference, the Minister of Work, former Information Minister and member for North Central Clarendon, Mr. Robert Morgan, he promoted his birthday party, clean sweep, boasting as to how they were going to have a clean sweep going into tomorrow's conference, and they will be rolling there and a high. I understand that what the people in the Labour Party, they're saying that eggs are all over his face, because the result in February 2024, and no, this result again, and he got it wrong once again. So, you know, Morgan is somewhat under pressure. The Jamaica Labour Party conference tomorrow, people are saying it could be low-key, not by way of the numbers that turn out, but the energy and just how people feel disheartened going in. It's going to be hard for Prime Minister Andrew Michael Rodham Brogard Holness to motivate his charge. So we'll be glued to our television set to see what's happening there tomorrow, and we will certainly, you know, analyze and look at it come Monday morning. But all in all, the People's National Party, they will, on the other hand, they will be going into their NEC meeting tomorrow. I think it's at Rossi's High School. No, not Rossi's. I think it's is it Rossi's? I think it's Rossi's down there in Hanover. Yes, they will be having their NEC meeting tomorrow. That's the National Executive Council meeting tomorrow. And Mark Jefferson Golden and his team will be riding high. And what we're seeing here, Mr. Rattigan, is clever thinking on the part of the People's National Party. And I think they're getting it right, because what will happen, they will not allow the Jamaica Labour Party to capture the news cycle come Monday or going next week. They will be going into their NEC, and to capture the news, I'm hoping that they will basically be having some kind of earth-shattering conversation there as to the plan afoot to move their organization and by extension Jamaica further along the continuum. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, you know, I'll be tuned in tomorrow for the conference. I don't know how much of it I'll watch, because we have a program tomorrow with King Jam is on, Kevin and I. But it's going to be interesting to see what's being said this year, because what I'm doing is I've been looking at the conference speeches, and it's so funny because it's all promises, 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 broken promises, broken promises, broken promises.
And certainly on the government side, Mr. Rattigan, as I described it, is somewhat of overnight meal, you know, because these things have been said over and over. I actually omit something at the beginning of my opening, Mr. Rattigan, which it was so remiss of me to do that, because certainly the road condition here in Jamaica, Mr. Rattigan, it is getting worse and worse by the day. And it's not just the internal road, it's the main road. You know, people front end are getting bad by the seconds. You know, people tires are being busted, all sorts of things are happening. And we're seeing where the government continue and this stupid policy to overpay down the debt and not using that easement of a 2 or 3% to build out infrastructure. It is a foolish policy, and now that Nigel Clarke has realized his dream as going into the IMF as the 4th deputy managing director, because that is also something that we need to debunk. The argument is that Nigel Clarke is there as the deputy managing director. He's one of 4.
No, we're doing a series on him, you know, and we're going to get people up to speed on him. But let me ask you, somebody just put in the chat here, they said that Dorothy Mason said the conference is off tomorrow. What do you know about that? Is that fake news?
No, what happened? The PNP is saying that, listen, and the people are saying, based on the dismal performance by the Jamaica Labour Party yesterday, and with the people like Carl Samuda said that, listen, he learned of his dismissal by way of a tweet. Things are really falling apart in the Jamaica Labour Party. The center is not holding, and they're mere anarchy there. So, you know, the suggestion is coming that with that happening is the conference of the Jamaica Labour Party has postponed. But in reality, it's not so.
There are a few minutes to go, and I want to bring in Kevin. But Kevin, just before you jump in, let me ask you 2 questions, Conrad. Pretend that you're an advisor to the Prime Minister. What advice would you give him and his party? And pretend you're an advisor to Mark Golding and the opposition. What advice would you give to them?
Well, certainly, I will give the Prime Minister the advice that I just prefer a while ago.
Hold on, stop 1 second. Stop 1 second. You had mentioned earlier that the roads bad and people bust up them tire, front end mash up and whatnot. Let's not forget that people have also been killed because of these potholes. There's a man, a friend of mine, his cousin was riding a bicycle and he fell in a pothole and broke his neck. It's very, very dangerous. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Get on to the answer.
Yes, that is true. I can tell you that I was coming down on the Penn Hill this morning, journeying from northeast Manchester, and I can tell you that, you know, it was just quick thinking on my part why I didn't get 2 tire bus on the major thoroughfare there coming down from Christiana going to Mandeville. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. So, you know, my suggestion would be to the Prime Minister that based on the hardship that people are facing, the underemployment, then take the advice and reducing the paying down on the debt, and also, you know, create a 2 or 3% easement on the deficit and use that 2 or 3% to create some activity, i.e. farm roads, development of infrastructure in schools and so on, and just the general infrastructure across the length and breadth of Jamaica, so that way you will achieve some amount of employment that will have better paying jobs, and indeed the fabric of the economy, the fabric of the society will be better. I also advise the Prime Minister to, you know, examine the things that you are saying, because obviously what you're saying to the people not holding water, this blame game that you're talking about, you're saying that the bad roads that we're seeing now is the PNP after you're in power for 8 years, for 9 years, and so on. Those things are not holding, and your credibility is certainly waning under this pressure.
I'm the Prime Minister now. Let's not rope in. I'm saying you're my advice. That's about Conrad. how can I cut back on the payment to the IMF and the other international lending institutions? Because we have an agreement, and if we violate that agreement, there are penalties. So I can't cut back on the payment structure what Nigel left me with. We have to work with it. What do you say to that?
No, the PM wouldn't say that because the PM know better. The PM is fully much aware that what we're talking about is not to renege on our debt, because indeed that's one of the first thing that inked in our constitution, that we must take care of our debt. And nobody not saying that, not the advice is not that, as I said before, to renege on it, because what we're doing now is that we're overpaid. So all we're asking is not to overpay. We are doing much more, even though the condition by the IMF is onerous. We are overpaying that. So all we're asking to put a brakes on that. So, for example, you said that you want to achieve a debt to GDP ratio of about 70%, and so on. Put that back. I say 2025 or 2027. So you could put that back to 2029, 2030 or so on, in order to get the people of Jamaica in a much more comfortable space, ease the misery index. This would basically have impact on reducing of crime and violence and so on and so forth. And it's kind of a no-brainer, in my humble view, Mr. Rattigan, as to how these people who are well decorated with quote-unquote letters just cannot see these things, sir.
All right. Kevin?
You want to go to Mark Golden?
Oh, Mr. President. Mr. President, you've been following the conversation?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes. Hey, Conan, how you doing, man? Conrad, sorry, how are you?
I am well, President. All the best, man. Good to see you.
And you're doing a great job. Well said so far.
I try my best. Try my best.
Laid out in terms of the state of the country. I had a question for you, though, relating to the whole issue of pressure from these hotel industries. If you could just shed some light on some of the bureaucracy and some of the tactics that these hotels and other international companies use to force low-wage workers or low-level workers in these industries, like to say, well, listen, you go out there and protest. We have 100 people lined up to take your jobs. You go out there and you try to talk against this. We got so many applicants right now. We'll just pick up the phone and start calling them, and you lose that job. Anybody can spread a bed. Anybody can cut up carrot in the chicken. So don't act as if you want to create some kind of issue for us. What would you say regarding to people who might feel like they can't say anything because their job is so vulnerable, because it's not a high-skilled profession like maybe an AC technician at the hotel, or maybe like a sous chef or a head chef at a hotel? What would you say to people like those?
All right. First thing to begin with, what I would say to those people is you're worth more than that, and that's a old technique that is waning. First thing to begin with, the job market has gotten tighter. People are finding little more creative ways, to quote unquote eke out a living. For example, you have persons who are now looking at how they survive. Some of them survive in the main via social media, what they do and so on. You know, they're getting that. So the job market has become much tighter in terms of having that leeway. And I will say to them that if you come out in your numbers, dare the hoteliers, test the hoteliers, and they will quiver in their boots, because what you're doing, that cutting up of the carrot, that spreading of the bed, there is some amount of expertise there, and people don't just walk off the street in the main a lot of time and get this job. These are people who are somewhat trained, and also the overseas market or it is in vogue to take off some of these workers. So it's not as easy as it used to be in the past. The job market has become somewhat tighter. So I believe I would say to the workers to really and truly examine where you are and recognize that you are of much more value than just seen as somebody who was spreading a bed or cutting some carrots.
Conrad,
Don't know
let me just chime in and say that you just got a ringing endorsement from none other than our brethren, you know, Mystic Sensation himself. Him call me from say, listen, we just want on the know say the support what Canada say 100% because you can be involved in fiscal discipline and at the same time take care of your people. It doesn't have to be one or the other. So you get a ringing endorsement. You get a ringing endorsement from a very significant social media personality. So
Jalov. You know, we do all of us, we do what we do for the people. And some of us are prepared to speak truth to power, no matter who the guy is.
Yeah, President, go ahead, sir. Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
Kevin,
I want to just touch on that point because that point is valid. Mystic, big up yourself as always. And, you know, Byron, you and the Empress, big up yourself. You guys do a wonderful job. And, you know, we love what you guys do. But, yeah, this is a really tricky situation as we're talking about the economic situation. But for me, I do believe, though, that these tactics, you know, is a problem. So even though it's easy to say, Conrad, that, you know, what you do, you still have to be trained how to make the bed. You still have to be trained how to properly cut the carrot and how to do it expeditiously. I do also believe, though, that some of these people, they use a lot of manipulation and manipulative tactics against these people. And some people feel like, hey, listen, me, I have to pay my rent. I have to take care of my children. I cannot take the risk to speak out. What other form of encouragement? Because you can't say this, just go out there, go do it, man, when they have real economic concerns.
Well, to the workers' credit, you know, we have seen where there's a pushback. We have seen where that pushback so far has caused the powers that be, maybe not in a appreciable way as we would like it, but at least we get some level of conversation going where the PM chime in. We saw where the minister chime in also, the senior strategists chime in and all that. So, and they themselves, my brother President, are mindful of the changing dynamics of what is happening. First thing to begin with, this evolution of social media, this evolution of seeing what is happening across the space. These people are now aware, and it is not, people are not out there lining up in the way that they would do some time ago to go and work for your $15,000 and so on. There is a level of pushback, and I believe that they will be in for a rude awakening if one hotel, and I challenge them, if one hotel at this time think that they can wholesale dismiss their workers, they are in for a rude awakening. It cannot happen. It cannot happen. And as I said in the big early in the piece on this program, it is about us getting rid of this short-term contract, because that is what is going to solve the problem at the end of the day. And that is why we have government in place. If Michael Manley back in the day did not have the gumption to say, listen, no bastard no day again, so a man can go anywhere and impregnate a woman, and even with his vast resources, because that child was born out of wedlock. When he died, nothing for her or him. Certainly would still be in that precarious position today. If Michael Manda did not use the pen and said maternity leave with pay, we would still be struggling if we did not move a pace to say, listen, in the same hotel sector, the banks and so on, enough is enough in terms of seeing just people of a certain pigmentation, a certain hue being in the bank. If we didn't book those things, you know, certainly would still be in the dungeon today. And I believe in 2024, our people are rising to the occasion. And I believe that the people who continue to do these things, they're in for a very, very hot summer.
Kevin, before you go, just one last question. If you could put on the spectacles or a prophetic vision of the future and see 3, maybe even 5 years from now, with the current trend that you see happening where the workers are actually, some workers at least, are speaking for themselves, what changes are you anticipating or you could foresee happening with this organic movement? And plus, as you rightly said, if another administration comes in that is for workers' rights, that is for proper policy that protects workers, that really get rid of these short-term contracts, what do you foresee in the future would be if we make some changes now that could really put the country on the trajectory of the path to the kind of economic well-being and the benefit for these low-skilled workers?
All right. I will answer you from 2 perspectives, because it is important for us to look at the negative and the positive, the plus and the minus. If we continue along this trajectory with this slavery-like pay for our workers in the sector, this very important sector, what we could have a major breakdown in the sector, where the sector could lose a lot of its patrons, you know, in terms of visitors. Because if you notice that visitors themselves are weighing into the scenario where they are on the side of the workers to say, listen, we are paying big bucks to come to this hotel, and we can't believe that out of this big box, this is what you are getting. So the guests are definitely on the side of the workers. When you listen to majority of the tourists, that whenever you get an interview out of them that come to the shores of Jamaica, while they talk about, you know, they like the food, they like the beaches and so on, but implicit in that, they always talk about our people. The people is the number one in that whole cog. So it is important. So if they continue along this trajectory, then certainly the guests are going to push back, and it is not the same day that a leaf goes to the bottom of the water, it rots. We saw where advisory year on year was issued, and it did not impact the sector. As a matter of fact, the minister Esal would say, listen, boy, these advisory don't impact us. Within recent time, we hear them crying as to how the advisory is now impacting the sector. Granted, there was an additional layer in the most recent one where they now add the whole business of health to it, because they said that our health sector is not at the optimum level, you know. So that and I think all of those dovetail into one hurt us. However, on the positive side now, if the government and the owners of these hotels are not thinking in a myopic way and just thinking that, listen, we can still hold people to slave wages and so on, but we are going to be enlightened. We are going to take an enlightened approach. We are going to look at how we can move the minimum wage in the sector to say $10 US per hour, that kind of thinking. We are going to treat the hotel, the workers within the hotel, and so on. We could truly get to that sector that the Prime Minister described it as the happy sector. We could reach there. We could reach there. And so if we have that progressive thinking, we could get there. And all in all, it would be a win-win situation for both the hoteliers and indeed the workers, because we could see more visitors come to our shore by way of the additional enthusiasm and courtesy from the workers by serving them and really add value to the sector.
I know I said the last one, but Kevin, one second. Because you know, I'm going to get a chance to ask a question, right? All right.
Okay, listen, Kevin.
So let's lay out something here. So when you look at the situation, most of these hoteliers, they're in business to make profit. They are in business to look for the most economical way so that their investors can get their ROI, their return on their investment. No, just like, you know, every other companies. I know earlier you talk about bedding, like in the hotel, like, you know, we're not seeing any growth in terms of some layers in manufacturing or areas in manufacturing. But you and I know that most of the beds that are made in Jamaica are not made from compressed wood like you would see coming from China, because most of these furnitures come pre-packaged in a thing. You just pop in some screws and turn some nuts and you assemble it. It's a finished product. Our carpenters, they put wood glue. They actually make the fully assembled product. In most cases, they can deliver it because they're using really high quality material. That's not competitive when you're dealing with, you know, aesthetics, because most of these people are looking for something fairly decent, but not necessarily the high quality that's going to last, you know, perpetually. It's not going to be an antique 100 years. You can hand it down to your children, like the kind of furniture that our woodworkers turn and make these great bedding. So when you're dealing with a competitive global market, when you have these companies that can get these processed board or whatever they call them, and then our baguettes, we used to call them back in the days. I don't know if they still call them that. But we can order furniture from China and they can come in at half the cost. How do we deal with that competitive aspect of it when you try to find a local guy and you have one or two guys in his shop, or maybe if you find 10 shops, they can produce the amount of furniture you're going to need to furnish a new hotel, and also the manpower, the cost of that. How do we deal with that issue of addressing that? And finally, again, around the issue of outsourcing. In the US, as you know, in every state you have a minimum wage. There's a federal minimum wage. And for people to say $10 per hour, most of these hotels, yes, like earlier, Ratty, you were showing the Joel Grant, right? And when I look at the footer of the website, they're related to some major hotel chain. I think I was looking at it, they were like, Kevin can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was either Hilton or one of them. So it is a major hotel chain that really is part of that hotel group is a part of. So when you have those major hotel group, yes, if they're in Manhattan, they're paying, you know, $20, $30 an hour. But yeah, I build hotels in the third world because I want to pay these guys $2. They should even do it for free. I want them to do it for nothing, for peanuts, and then we get all the profit. How do you create that juxtaposition now with the investors' goal of enriching themselves and getting a return on their investment with these needs that we see our people have?
All right. First of all, we have a problem with productivity and indeed our competitiveness. I would not shy away from that at all, but it has to do with some of the things that we need to fix. For example, i.e., the whole business of energy, the cost of energy. for productivity. Right now, for electricity, for example, I think we have the second highest rate. Maybe, I don't know if it's, I don't recall if it's in the world or in Latin America. We need to get that down. We were on that trajectory some time ago. In 2015 or thereabout, the cost per hour, kilowatt hour for electricity was 25 US cents. It's now 41 US cents. And the goal that Philip Paulwell and his administration had at the time was to bring it down to 15 cents per kilowatt hour US, because that's really where you need to struck this equilibrium so that you are competitive. So that you're competitive. It also add to, because we don't incentivize our workers, so the productivity level is low. So we have to find a way as to how we incentivize our workers in that case, and look at how we move along that trajectory. Certainly, there are some things within the sector that we know that is going to be imported, because you definitely just cannot compete. But if we get certain things right, we can compete. For example, the whole business of interest rate. Interest rate is too high. So how do we drive down interest rates so manufacturers rather, will feel comfortable in going to the bank and basically get a loan? And also the whole business of retooling of the industries in Jamaica. Those are still basically sticking points as to how factories are retooled so we can get the best productivity out there. I want to close this by saying also, in terms of the rate that is paid. For example, let's say the Turks and Caicos. I know of somebody who he works in the hotel sector here in Jamaica. His wife works in the hotel sector in Turks and Caicos. And they are doing the exact job, the same job. And his wife is being paid 4 times what he is paid in Jamaica. Therefore, it also goes to the kind of negotiation maybe that our government apparatus goes into in terms of bringing
we have a
these investors into Jamaica.
In the chat who review everything.
Rebel, mute your mic. Mute your mic, Rebel.
So you see what I'm saying? No, I'm saying you heard me. You heard me, President, on the last.
Yeah, you said the husband and the wife work the same job, but she's making 4 times the amount because the government, when these people come in, they don't negotiate on behalf of the people. Continue.
Yeah, I'm saying that is probably a sticking point, or we still operate under the pretext to say that, listen, give them anything, man. All they want is a piece of bread and a little bit more butter. But the fact of the matter is that what they're earning now can't even give them that little piece of bread and a little bit more butter. And that is why we are seeing the pushback within the sector.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Go ahead, Kevin.
Let me ask you this real quick. Since the focus is on the hotel workers right now, but how different is their plight from the police officers?
Well, the difference with the police officers really have a structured bargaining unit, the police federation. So at least they're at the table where they have somebody that is a union, as it were, that is really doing negotiation on their part. In the tourism sector, you can't even begin to have these negotiations because you're short-term contract workers. And up and doing these things, basically, you can be summarily dismissed. And that is what the workers now are flexing their muscle to say that, listen, we're joining in solidarity and we are willing to go out there and to expose. So the workers, what the workers have been doing within recent weeks, is really embarrassing government and hoteliers. They have been embarrassing them to show to them, say, listen, you're out there purloining yourself across the globe, across the world, and talk about Jamaica is the place to be. But at the same time, you are paying people peanuts, almost slavery wage. Wages that we talk about in certain areas that are not fully democratized, where people are working in sweatshop-like condition. The hotel work is almost similar to that. So the workers, and as Ratty said early in the piece, is that he's encouraged more and more of these tourism workers to do this en bloc.
All right, we're gonna leave it right there. So look, Fireman, it's a pleasure having you on. You burn a whole heap of fire. You have a lot of people things to think about. And we love having you on, my brother. So don't be a stranger around here, because we're gonna depend on your expertise. We're gonna depend on your links and your knowledge for kind of get us up to speed, because a lot of the times we're hearing things second, third, fourth hand, but you're right there on the ground interviewing people, talking to people, plus you have your sources. So we're gonna depend on, we're gonna lean upon you, my brother.
Indeed. And just in closing, Ratty, the news cycle next week here in Jamaica I expect to be thick and fast. Coming out on the heels of tomorrow, the Jamaica Labour Party will be having their 81st annual conference. The People's National Party will be down there in Hanover having their NEC meeting, the National Executive Council meeting tomorrow, on going in with a lot of wind beneath their wings. Mark Golden must be walking on cloud 9. He will be heralded in to that building tomorrow based on this victory. So indeed, both parties will have the ears of the public tomorrow. It's the political season is on in earnest in Jamaica. A space to be in, to watch. Take care.
All right.
God bless you.
Take care of yourself. Big up yourself. All right. Good. Yeah. Yeah, that was the fireman, the man who speak truth to power, regardless of who the guy is. So he didn't say girl, he just say who the guy is. So I must ask him one day what he mean by that. If him have anything, or if him afraid if you attack or address the women politicians in Jamaica. But anyway, let me just say that some people are saying that they put some questions in the chat and we haven't gotten to them, and it's kind of hard. We have some people in the chat, monitors, and so they'll bring stuff to our attention. But we'll keep looking. If we miss your question, please put a question in there again, and we'll address them. While we're waiting on Zara Burton to come, because she's running a bit late. She went to do a presentation at UA, but she just sent me 2 messages saying that she's on her way and she's planning to come. In the meantime, she's going to talk about Dr. Clarke. And he's gone, but he will never be forgotten, because the austere measures he implemented in Jamaica, we're still living with them, and people are suffering as a result of that. Because, his idea is to pay off the debt and get it from 144 to 70. And at the same time, what it's doing, it's just opening the lane for more loans, because every banker, every lender loves a borrower who pays on time and pays good interest rate. And when you do that, them say, we have more money, why Sophie, we have more. And then what they do, they say, oh, we have line of credit over here, and we have this and we have that. Touch it from the bad. Go touch it. There's a price to pay for that. It's not free. And so when the choice that the government has made is, we are going to pay off our debt at a breakneck pace at the expense of programs that were designed to benefit the vulnerable And some of the programs benefit people who are not vulnerable, but they said we're gonna go ahead and that's what we're gonna do. What I fail to realize is that countries like Germany and Japan and the US and Canada and the UK, their GDP to debt ratio is much higher than Jamaica's. But you know what? It don't really bother them because they produce, they manufacture, they export. Jamaica has a trade deficit. We import, I think, something like 6 billion and we export like 1 billion. I think we have a $5 billion deficit. You can't pay off you can't pay off your debt and not produce something for bring money in. That's just setting you up to go back and borrow again. And that's what he's done. And people don't pay attention to it. Them hear all of these, magnificent words coming out of their mouth. Some of we don't even know what they mean. But we just suspect that it mean good. No. If you analyze what the man said, in essence, we are going to pay off the debt so we can have access to more money and we can get more debt. Because guess what happened? When you cut the programs, people, and I'm going to show you in that speech where I'm saying, when you cut the programs, that's a recipe for disaster. That's a recipe for crime. That's a recipe to affect education, housing, and all of these things. How you expect for it to really improve, develop your society by doing that? Vision 2030, we can't forget about that. That is not happening. Vision 2030 is not going to happen. But anyway, here's a letter. We're going. Remember last week we took you from Dr. Clarke's primary school education all the way up to when he was removed from the Senate, and then he was on that Economic Growth Council, that 5 and 4, that failed experiment. We talked about all of that. And then we got to the point where we ended it just when he won the by-election. When he won the by-election, that was 2020, I believe. He won the by-election. Now we're going to present to you his very first speech as Minister of Finance and the Public Service. Here it is. And I'm going to walk you through this. There's a speech, or this is a speech, April 11, 2018. And look what he said. He said, I accepted the invitation to speak to you. He accepted when he was Ambassador of Economic Affairs. That's when he went to Israel with Mr. Michael Lee Chen, with Mr. General Anthony Anderson, the Prime Minister, the gentleman from the Senate. I can't remember. I have a thing of him up here. The gentleman who was in not Qatar, Oman, when I was in the Middle East. And some little things go on, but we'll get to that another time. Can't remember his name. I'm sure somebody will put his name in the chat for me. He's a senator. But anyway, so now he's no longer Ambassador of Economic Affairs, right? Can win the election, the by-election. And so now they move out Adli Shah and then bring him in as Minister of Finance and the Public Service. And here it said. So this is his first. It says right here. It says, I accepted the kind invitation to speak in my previous capacity of Ambassador of Economic Affairs, but I address you this morning in my first public speech as Minister of Finance and the Public Service. And so we have to pick out some things out of the speech. Him said, my appointment as Minister of Finance comes after 5 years of continuous and successful implementation of economic reform programs to the IMF across 2 political administrations. Why is this important? Because people would give you the impression that the Jamaica's economic recovery was solely dependent on Minister Clarke. They're wrong. Here he's telling you that the successful implementation of economic reform started before him. He said it spanned 2 political administrations. He's going back to Dr. Phillips. And yet still people say, no, the economy did mash up on his Dr. Clarke come and Dr. Clarke straighten out everything. Here's Dr. Clarke telling you that, no, I am just inheriting what was started before my time. It's right there, people. He said, my appointment as Minister of Finance comes after 5 years of continuous and successful implementation of economic reform programs with the IMF across 2 political administrations. It's right there. Can't make it up. Now, he's talking about the IMF in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, the programs that we have. And what he's saying is that we borrowed, but we borrowed only to return. So we borrowed, we pay off, we go back and we borrow, right? And what he's saying is that in order to sustain development, you have to you borrow, but only when necessary. And you don't borrow recklessly, right? So he's kind of giving that impression that the borrowing was done. The borrowing was done needlessly. Or not needlessly, but it was done recklessly. Because what happened is that when we were paying off, we should have been more careful about certain things, certain programs, and so that you just don't pay off to run back. But guess what? That is exactly what he's doing. Well, not he's doing it, but that's exactly the plan he had. We'll pay off, and then we have to go borrow, because he said it. He said, look, we have avenues now. We have avenues where we can borrow money now. We can borrow money now. And that's the same thing. Again, these are the words. See, try to say no speech by Honorable Dr. Nigel Clarke. It's not speech by Rattigan. This is speech by the Honorable man himself. And what all we're doing is that we're just saying we're reading his words, right? We're perusing his words. We're analyzing his words. Now he says, this period, Prezi, will lose you. He said this period of IMF engagement, meaning this period, no, just before, 2018 when he was there going forward. Sorry, not 2018, no, 2020. He said this period of engagement stands out as distinct from those prior periods because Jamaica has gained significantly from the steadfast implementation of fiscal, monetary, and structural policy reforms across 2 consecutive administrations. Folks, here he is giving credit to the opposition party now. So this idea that Minister Clarke came and rescued Jamaica is nonsense. It's rubbish. Then he says, when we conclude with the IMF this time, meaning when we finish pay off the IMF this time, right? He's saying, look at the words. We will manage our affairs in a thoughtful and disciplined way so that our exit from a program relationship with the IMF is sustained over time with no need to return. That's BS. You have to go back to the IMF and get money. People, Jamaica cannot produce nothing. If the little remittance, not little, the enough remittances where we send back and the fraction of the tourism dollar, you think that can sustain Jamaica? We don't produce nothing. And when I say we don't produce anything, we do produce. But what I'm saying is that there's an imbalance there, a $5 billion imbalance. So you think that we're not going to borrow money? We are going back to borrow money. And what did Dr. Nigel Clarke say? He said, yes, we have these avenues. We have these little pots of money all over the place that we have access to. We're not taking any money now, but we have access to it. Just a matter of time. If you don't produce, you're going to have to dance to the tune of the IMF. It's that simple. You cannot GDP to debt ratio your way out of this problem. You cannot. You have to produce. So, as we go down some more, I'll just pick out some certain things. Okay, here's it. He said, for the Ministry of Finance and Andrew Holness administration, the organizing principles are the pursuit of economic independence, the expansion of economic opportunity for all, and the protection of the vulnerable. Now, wouldn't you believe that? Furthermore, here's what he says. These priorities are sometimes in conflict with each other. Imagine say it can't work. You can't pursue economic independence with no production, and at the same time, you say you're going to expand economic opportunities for all and protect the vulnerable. Look, I'm not an economist, but if you use your common sense, you realize it can't work. And believe me, you don't have to be an economist to figure this out. My mother figured this out long time, you know. My mother figured this out long time. My mother figured out, say, you know what? We can't pay who me owe and at the same time feed my family. So she said, here, me I go delay owing them people. We are going to delay paying them people, and I'm going to throw a little partner. And when we get the big lump sum, we pay off them people are done with them. And then when we go over here, so we go cut back on the chicken and rice and thing them we are cook over here. So sometimes I just callaloo and rice I have to go eat. My mother understood, and your mothers too. They understood and they understand these principles. So we don't need him to come tell with his fancy words. Listen, let me read it to you so you can listen to the words. For the Ministry of Finance, in an Andrew Holness administration, the organizing principles are the pursuit of economic independence, the expansion of economic opportunity for all, and the protection of the vulnerable. Sounds glamorous, sounds nice. Listen to the next sentence. These priorities are sometimes in conflict with each other. Pursuing one can work against the other. You know what I'm telling you? He can't walk. He can't walk. He might tell you no. You can go down some more. And hear him say, it all get interesting, people. Oh, Zara there. Hold on a second, Zara. And hear him say, as a result, the policy options to support economic expansion have to be balanced by the mandate to secure our economic independence, even as the urgency of economic independence has to be moderated by the need to protect the vulnerable. The man talk like him have marble in his mouth. You don't understand nothing when him just say right there, so. This way him right here, so, I guarantee you, say my people from St. Elizabeth and my people from St. Anne's, they don't understand this language here. But it just roll off my tongue, mellifluously. Like a string of pearls, it just sound and look nice, right? If you can vision it, it just sound and look nice. But these are garbage. Where am I telling our foolishness? Am I telling in other words, listen, I'll try that thing, and it might not work. I don't think it'll go work, but I'll try that thing. That's what I'm telling you. But we don't believe that, right? Then let me skip to because Zara there, I want to get around as soon as possible. Hear the foolishness that we come with now, economic independence. As we all know, independence in the political sense is the exercise of sovereignty over a territory by a people who also exercise self-governance over that territory. Jamaica is not sovereign. Jamaica is not independent. People, if you walk away with nothing else from today's program, just walk away with this. Jamaica is not independent. Jamaica is not sovereign. I can show you which part what we call it, Kevin. I can show you, and we'll get to it next week. I can show you in the Crown Proceedings Act, before independence, where the Queen said, as she run the government of Jamaica, and that has never been repealed. That law has never been repealed. She said, you look up the meaning, go look it up and look for Crown, and see what it said. The Queen said, me run Jamaica. And we are showing the next week which part the government put out something saying, yeah, are the king now, are the king run Jamaica. People, I won't get to it today, but I want to understand this. Think about this. Let me ask you a question. Does Jamaica have a king? The Prime Minister said that we don't elect princes and we don't elect princesses. That is so, we call that non sequitur, meaning it doesn't follow. Why it doesn't follow? You don't elect princes and you don't elect princesses. It just come with the territory. You don't elect them people. Them no, you elect a prince. No. So if him say that, it tells me that him have a full understanding of how these things work. Doesn't work like that. Let me ask you, does Jamaica have a king?
Yes.
Talk to people in the chat. Does Jamaica have a king?
Very much so.
I don't know, answer me, you know.
Better believe it. They're not here.
Just tell me if Jamaica have a king. Freedom say yes. King Charles is the crown. Joycelyn, Andrea, yes. Yes. Everybody has said, Black Club, so if we stop this baby. Why Black Club? All right, we'll move on. Charles, yes. Honestly, yes. Yes. No, you know what happened now? I hope you're not answering it because I ask the question, you know. Because a lot of if you never ask a question, I don't have to think it through. And probably said Jamaica don't have a king. Jamaica have a prime minister. Jamaica don't have a king. Well, let me tell you now, Jamaica does have a king. The king's name is Charles III. Remember that. And I challenge any scholar, any politician.
So who never know?
No disrespect to Zara, but any journalist to come tell me something wrong. Jamaica has a king. People, when Jamaica's king resides in Buckingham Palace, when King Charles, when he sets foot on the island of Jamaica, he is the king of Jamaica. Is it no joke? Go back and read the Constitution. The head of state is the monarch. The head of state is the monarch represented by the governor general. When the king is not on the island, the governor general is representing him. When the king steps foot on in the island of Jamaica, the governor general take a back seat. He's no longer the representative. Why? Because the king is there. You have to understand this. But next week, we're going to go through the... Me and Kevin go through them, you know. See me have my notes, I know. They have my notes, I know. And we're going to walk on through the Constitution. And when we walk on through the Constitution, plus Justice Batts wrote a book called The Constitution for Jamaican something. We don't need to read a book there. It's an overview. It's an easy read. Read a book there and then read the Constitution. But here up now. We don't have to read it for right now. I don't have to read it. Just walk with me through this. I want to walk with me through this. I know we understand. Let me just finish up here because we say Zara turn in our chair. So, so when we talk about independence and political sense, exercise of sovereignty and foolishness, and Jamaica earned political independence in 1962, nonsense. And political independence, does not automatically mean economic independence. Well, we'll find out that out in Jamaica. We have political dependence in Jamaica. Let me see what. Him say when a country remains economically dependent for a long time, it loses the space to address its adequately social problems. When a country remains economically dependent for a long time, it loses the space to address its adequately social problems. Squatting, crime, low education outcomes, and over time, these together threaten the ability for free political expression for many people. Now, what Minister Clarke should have said, I am going to prophesy. I'm a prophet. That's what he should have said, because guess what? At this we are seeing right now. This is what we're seeing. We're seeing squatting, we're seeing crime, we're seeing low education outcomes, we're seeing all of these things. And he said, when a country remains economically dependent for a long time, it loses the space, blah, 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 blah. And what he did was, he said, no, we cut the GDP today from 144, and our target now is going to 70. And yet we have all of these things. People, pay attention. Be critical thinkers. Don't listen to what people are saying. When I say listen to what people say, don't listen to a story or something that comes second and third and fourth. And go and read for yourself. You see, like how me I tell you now, and when me do, me show you the document. Me show you the speech given by Dr. Nigel Clarke. I could have come and just summarize it, you know. And some people that say me a liar. Some people that say, no go so, a lie my tell upon the man. Well, here's the speech. Here's the speech. And they must say achieving economic independence requires, among other things, Jamaica will never achieve economic independence during my lifetime. We not produce nothing. If you not produce, if you not manufacture, if you not sell, you will not be economically independent. If you not do something. If all you have is tourism, and you say, what now with the tourist sector, one hurricane can wipe out the season for it. One protest can derail the whole thing. People, wake up. Wake up. Please, may I beg you to wake up. Hear him say, this does not imply that we do not borrow. Hear him say, though, this does not imply that we do not borrow. He must say, yeah, we have to borrow. But we do it mindful of the long-term sustainability of public debt. We have to borrow, people. We don't know what time you have to say. We don't make nothing. And by the way, if we are talking about agriculture and say we sell yam and this and that, don't forget that we are import them things in Jamaica now. We know. We are import sugar, we are import scallion, we are import thyme, we import tomatoes, we import tomato, we import all kind of things in Jamaica. Things where we should all grow.
Things that we have the infrastructure to grow.
You know, and then him go and go talk about look, you know what? Let me move him right. So we get back to him next week because we have Zara and Zara gonna do our thing. I wanna want to gear the time because remember now we have Kevin Stew at 8 o'clock. And we have to run over there go support Kevin, and then we have to come back and support the Rebel at midnight. And then tomorrow afternoon at 2, who we have? We have King Jammai's again for part 2. So we're busy. Without further ado, Zara Burton, welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Hi guys, thanks for having me again.
How you doing?
Welcome back.
Welcome, Zara.
Yeah,
we can get one of them short, Zara.
Gosh, I've had this a long time. First time seeing it, for true?
Yes, first time.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay.
Below 18 degrees not?
Say what?
It have a pocket. Is there a pocket below 18 degrees not?
It does.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Yes, it does.
All right, listen. We started a series last week on the former Minister of Finance and the public sector, right? Dr. Clarke. And the thesis is that although he's gone, his policies will affect Jamaicans for quite some time to come. And we looked last week at his beginnings because we're trying to get into his mindset as to how does he think, why does he think the way he thinks. And we looked at where he went to school. We looked at some of the things he did while in school. And I'm talking about from primary school to high school to university. We looked at where he worked in the financial institution in London. And then when he came back, what he did with the various companies. You know, he sat on several boards. And then he became ambassador for economic, I don't know, some fancy title they gave him. And then we took it all the way up to his election, the by-election where, you know, he won the by-election. And we left it there. And this that I just showed our family members, this was his very first speech as Minister of Finance. And we're not done with it yet, but out of respect for the time and for you, we're going to cut it short and we're going to have you do the presentation now because you want to talk about his involvement with a non-profit organization.
Yes, I do. And this has to do with just what you said. The first time when he was elected, which was in 2008, he became an MP that year. He also, and this is where 18 Degrees North reporting comes in now. This is exclusive to us because we're the only ones who have been talking about these nonprofits with the politicians. He started Growth and Opportunity Trust. Growth and Opportunity Trust is not just registered over at the Companies Office of Jamaica, which is where most of the nonprofits are registered. It's also registered at the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, which is shortened for DCFS. And that means that that is a full tax-exempt charity. And it doesn't pay the typical kind of taxes that a regular organization or company would pay. It doesn't pay any income tax. Now, with this organization starting in 2008, the year Nigel Clarke became MP, it's interesting to note the money that is coming in and out of this organization. We were able to pull the financials of this company from the Companies Office of Jamaica because all the nonprofits, they're considered to be public companies, and so they have to file financials at the Companies Office of Jamaica. Now, Nigel Clarke, at first when we were doing stories on all the different nonprofits linked to politicians that were delinquent on their filings, Nigel Clarke saw the series and hurry up and go file his financial returns. But in addition to doing that now, we went ahead and looked at the different financials that we could pull for this organization. And so what we did see is that there was an influx of cash into that organization in 2018. There was a lull in 2019 when nothing did go on in terms of general election just quite yet. And then in 2020, when the election was going on, spike up in money again. And then it came back down in 21 and 22, and then went back up a little bit again in 23. So that's what we came out with. Now, in terms of the actual figures, and this is the part of it that is of interest to me. So from 2018 to 23, it raised more than $91 million. Growth and Opportunity Trust for people abroad, that's equivalent to US $631,000, $631,644, right, in donations. And we don't know where this money came from, okay? And that's between 2018 and 2023. So that's the total sum. And then in terms of its spending now, it spent $84 million, which is around US $581,460 over that same time period. We don't get anywhere on how that money was spent. We just know it was spent, right? And then to go back to what I was talking about at first in 2018, which was an election year for him in the by-election, he raised $27.8 million in just 2018, which is pretty staggering to me. He spent $15.5 million. No, to compare 2019 to 2018, remember I said he raised $27.8 million in 2018? Listen to how much he raised in 2019. It fell off. Only $8.2 million raised, right? In 2020, when there was a general election, it shot back up to 35.2 million, or 35.3 million, excuse me. And then in 2021, after the election now, guess how much was raised by the foundation? Only 1.6 million. So 35.3 in the election year, and only 1.6 raised in the non-election year, which was 2021. Similarly, in terms of spending shot up in election year 2020, 0.5 million, and then went down, plummeted to 5.8 million from this foundation. So to me, it smells like it needs some more investigating and more probing. That's how it comes out to me, especially because of the election spending part of things and the election fundraising year part of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prezi, Kevin.
Yeah, Zara, I really like the way these numbers, you've dig into these numbers. So what do you think is the source of that? Because you're saying during the political season, is it funneling campaign funding? Or what do you think is the source of the discrepancy there? Or when it's an election year, you have that kind of higher number compared to the non-election year. What do you think is the source of that?
Well, it's interesting because it says a tax-exempt charity really shouldn't be engaging in any kind of political spending, right? I think maybe I could just go back to the story, which everybody can find by going to our website, by the way, www.18degreesnorth.tv. And a couple things stand out, right? So there's a part that talks about, you know, what can be considered charitable expenditures, charitable purposes. And it's engaging in politics is not on the first schedule of what is a charitable purpose under the Charities Act, right? What it includes is initiatives like relief of poverty, the advancement of education, religion, good citizenship, community development, and other things. Now, we don't know for a fact that Growth and Opportunity Trust was used for political purposes. So that we don't know, right? But if it was, that could be cause for concern because of the limitations that, according to our Charities Act, you are limited to. Okay. Now, sometimes it may not be a political purpose, as in, you know, oh, we're printing banners for, you know, just to put Nigel Clarke's face in the community to say he's running for office. It may not be as outright as that. But from speaking to people, there's a backdoor way of doing it through some of these foundations where you collect money, whether it's in election years or not in election years, and you basically spend it throughout the constituency. Yeah, for different things. It could be a back to school fete. It could be scholarships. It could be, you know, we know Nigel Clarke has Northwest St. Andrew, and that's what this foundation was said to have been set up for, to help the people of Northwest St. Andrew. But there's a little problem with this particular situation, which is when I checked with the councillors in that constituency, I called the three of them, and they're JLP people, and I called two in particular who said that they weren't aware of Growth and Opportunity Trust in terms of the name, right? They hadn't heard of it. No, one of them wouldn't comment, period. So this is two of the three that said this. But then one of the two, Andrew Harris, and this is in the story, he's been in the role for 7.5 years, says he knew that Dr. Clarke had a foundation and would have used funds from it to help with projects, but he couldn't name a specific project. And he was saying that Dr. Clarke in the past has helped him with items like cement, a bag of rice, and refreshments for past activities. And that would have been valued at like a few $1,000s. However, he wasn't sure if the assistance came from the foundation or from the Constituency Development Fund, which some of you may know as an allocation that the MPs get every year, about $20 million, and that is US around $138,000 annually, that is given to the members of parliament to be used for constituency projects, right? So here it is, you have this foundation, it's supposed to be for your constituency, and yet the councillors don't know about the name Growth and Opportunity Trust. And one of the two is saying, yeah, I knew he had a foundation, but I can't tell the specific project of how the money was used. And yet that's $91 million that ran through that foundation. So the question is, how was that money used, you know? And as I said, sometimes, you know, it may not be an outright overt political act, like, as I said, making a billboard of Nigel Clarke in the constituency to campaign, but it could be a situation where, you know, you're spreading love in the constituency to curry favor, you know? So is that considered political? How does a tax-exempt charity, how does the DCFS, which is the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, see that? Is that okay? Because it's just giving out charitable money in the constituency, or is it deemed to be for political purposes? You know what I mean? Like, how do you determine that? So there are all these question marks that to me are worth probing.
Just a quick follow-up, Kevin, Zara. So, okay, let me see if I'm wrapping my head around this. So, based on your investigation, you, what does the Charities Act states in terms of filing? Do they have to, are there mandatory disclosures in terms of financials? Take, for example, and I know like under some Charities Act, you cannot carry money over year to year, meaning that the hundreds of thousands of US dollars that he raised one year, you can't just keep it in the bank. You have to actually use it for some reason. I'm not sure how the law in Jamaica is as it relates to that. But and when they file financials, are they filing their financial, and are they supposed to disclose this information since it's a public organization? How does that work?
Okay, so this is very important, and it's a really great question. In Jamaica, I don't know if you can carry over money, what the rules are surrounding that, but let's just focus on what you're supposed to file. So when you're an exempt charity, tax exempt charity, you have to file at the Companies Office of Jamaica where you're first registered. You have to file at the DCFS, Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, that gave you the tax exempt status with that, and the TAJ, which is the Tax Administration of Jamaica. So you have to file there too, right? Because they were involved in the whole process of, I believe, making you tax exempt. So it's not that you're necessarily taxed. You're just saying, this is what we did with our money, income, and expenditure type of thing that I think you have to file at TAJ. Now, DCFS asks much more specific questions on the form. I've seen it in terms of what you spent the money on, who were your major donors, that kind of thing for the year. All right. I tried, as I said, with the Companies Office filings, and remember that he was delinquent when I first checked, or my team first checked, in summer of 2022. He was delinquent on the filings at that time, right? And then, as I said, he did eventually file, and that's how we were able to pull these financials from the Companies Office. Now, when you look at the financials that were filed at the Companies Office, they're very basic. So for instance, where it has, like it says donations, and I told you what the amounts were that were raised. In terms of expenditures, it has two categories. It also like scholarships, back to school, this project, that project. No, it just has operations, and it has special operations, right? And when you ask the minister, well, the former minister, he's now gone, but at the time he was the minister when he was asked, what did you actually spend this money on? Give me some idea as to how this money was spent. Remember, it's $80-something million over the period, right? From 2018 to 2023, yeah? This was his response. He says, with respect to provide, he said, you only have aggregate donations over the 6-year period, 2018 to 23, because this information has been made available to the Companies Office as required. He added, with respect to providing you with further information, the organization is under no obligation to you to go further than the applicable laws require, right? Now that to me was stunning, and again, deserving of a probe by an official agency. But going back to what you asked me, so I went to the DCFS to try and get the same set of financials, or me and my team, me and my co-reporter. The aim at that point was to ask the question, can we get the financials? We were thinking that we would be getting more details, because their form does require a more detailed filing of how you spend the money. They told us that it's confidential, right? And I was surprised by that. The reason I was surprised by that is that in the United States, when you are an IRS tax-exempt charity, you have to file financials with the IRS, and you have to state how, generally speaking, how your money was spent. Will you know that? You just did some stuff the other day with that. Mm-hmm. And that information, you can actually see it. I think ProPublica is one of those websites you can go to see the filing of what is filed publicly. Mm-hmm. And in fact, I would point out that Donald Trump, a couple of years back, a Washington Post reporter who was looking into the Donald Trump charity, the foundation, found that there were a number of irregularities regarding this foundation in terms of how money was being spent. Yeah. He found out self-dealing was going on in this organization. And again, it was because he was able to peruse one of the filings, at least maybe some of the filings from that foundation, because in their jurisdiction, that information is information you can get. However, when we tried to get that information, as I said to you before, from the DCFS, and I should also add the Tax Administration of Jamaica, the specifics of those filings are not public. So that was very interesting to me. So the only source of this information was the Companies Office of Jamaica. Okay, so that's a big, in my opinion, problem right there. Tax-exempt charity that can just go ahead and spend what they want to spend on without public scrutiny. I'm sure maybe the other, maybe the TAJ has a look around, I don't know. Maybe the DCFS has a look at it, I don't know, to evaluate whether it's in keeping with the proper procedures, but I'm saying publicly we aren't able to participate in adhering to seeing whether this charity is adhering to the proper rules and regulations in terms of how money is being spent on charitable purposes. So I think to me, that was a deficiency. In the end, I was not able to get the DCFS financials that were filed that seemed to have more detail. That's the long story short. I was not able to. And as I said, they have different things in there that refer to, in the act, that refer to issues of confidentiality.
Kevin?
Hey, Zara, again. The whole idea of this information being public or not is also asinine to me. But let me ask you this. Have you requested the same information of any other non-profits?
Well, yes, at the Company's Office of Jamaica, you can absolutely get that. Yes, so it's
Have you
public
gotten more
and
detail for other non-profits?
I'm just telling you that I requested, I think, similar information at the DCFS. Have I requested similar information before for other charities from DCFS? I don't remember if I asked for financials of, or a member of my team asked for the financials of another foundation from the DCFS. What I do know is we've mostly focused on, because we've been able to get those other nonprofits, whether they're linked to, politicians and even some that aren't, we have been able to get those from the Company's Office. Have detail and some don't have detail.
But this particular agency, this particular company, you weren't able to get.
Only at the Company's Office of Jamaica, as I said. I was able to get that, but they had very broad and very basic categories.
The heads of these organizations that regulate, do they have political affiliations?
Well, the ECJ, the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, I would hope, I wouldn't call them, to be politically affiliated. I don't know that. I really don't know the answer to that. But what I would say to you is that if the ECJ is worth its salt, I think based on the spending and the money raised around election periods, they should be looking at this charity, Growth and Opportunity Trust. And they should also be looking at the nonprofits of other politicians. Andrew HOLNESS has one on the PNP side. There are several as well. Mark Golding is linked to several different organizations as well. He has Greater Trench Town Foundation, for instance. You have Julian Robinson. Some of these politicians, their foundations are actually named after their constituencies. So it's obvious that there are some political overtones to these organizations. And the idea that the ECJ, when I had contacted them and asked them if they've been looking at foundations, they said, no, they don't. They require during an election period, which is, I think, around 180 days within the time of an election, I think after an election, something like that, or before an election. I can't remember the exact period, right? I'll look for that and try to tell it to you. But the point is that they only require certain spending and fundraising information for a very short period of time. They don't require it year round or by quarter. It's a very short period of time, either before or after the election. And so a lot of these organizations that may be raising money, even in election periods, are falling through the cracks. And so this is something that needs to be rectified, if you ask me. Yeah, it needs to be rectified. There should be monitoring year round of the politicians' spending and raising, and also their foundations. And right now they don't. They told me point blank, they don't look at foundations of the politicians. Integrity Commission told me the same thing. They don't look at the charities for politicians. DCFS, because this one is tax exempt, yes, may look at this one, but there are a number of organizations tied to politicians that are named after their constituencies and are only registered over at the Company's Office of Jamaica. And the fact that they file, as long as they file, the company's office is okay with it. They don't go in and audit it per se to see who is actually fundraising, how much, and spending how much. The tax administration of Jamaica, they said if there is something that comes up, they will look at it in terms of an investigation, but it's not routine for them to focus on it. So who is focusing on these foundations that are tied to politicians?
All right.
How many, one second, Rebel. How many of these foundations stay active after these politicians have come out of office?
That I'm not sure about. That's a very good question too, but I'm not sure, right? But as I said, I know that the politicians on both sides of the aisle have these foundations, right? Julian is on the PNP side. You know, there is, oh boy, just a bunch of them. It's like I'm not thinking them through fully right now. Even Donna, she was a candidate, PNP candidate. Donna Sutherland. No, she was a Patricia Duncan.
Oh. She is president. She's down Barbados. My bad.
No, who am I talking about? Isn't it Sutherland? The lady, Patricia Sutherland Duncan Sutherland. Am I wrong? She was a candidate and had one.
My thing is, this seems to be another way in which money is being filtered through by way of a political position to the gain, the personal gain of someone in politics. And you doing your investigation, I commend you, tip my hat. You have opened eyes to something like this, but this seems to be something that has been going on for a while. And those in politics know that, hey, the best way to make some money is to go ahead and start a foundation, a non-profit. You filter some things because they only need to look at 180 days worth of information. File a little taxes, but collect the rest of it and do your thing. And when you come out, you shut it down. Now, if this has been the trend, then that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this, that I believe that this needs to be properly investigated. Okay. In the Integrity Commission report that came out on Mr. HOLNESS recently, he had Positive Jamaica Foundation Limited. And what they had said in the report was that Positive Jamaica Foundation Limited had some money that was used to purchase a bond. And in purchasing this bond investment was yielding some amount of returns. And in the yield of the amount of returns, instead of it being immediately returned to Positive Jamaica Foundation's account, what was happening was that this was going into Mr. HOLNESS's account. And the investigation lead person had said that it was only after he started asking questions of the financial entity at the time that had jurisdiction for the bond, where the bond was, I guess, bought from or bought through, that Mr. HOLNESS asked them to switch the proceeds from his account to the foundation's account. So I would say to you that he has a defense on that front. He had really just become aware of it or whatever. I think that's what he was trying to say in his defense. And there were people that were at the bank. I can't remember the full details now, but the bank members at the time when the initial part of the investigation before it closed, they said that they had gotten written instructions that this was how the money was supposed to be invested and so on, and they followed the written instructions. But subsequent to that, I think there was some confusion about where the funds should have really gone. Something like when the investigation had originally closed, the investigation unit at the Integrity Commission didn't really accept that, So the point is, in this instance, I don't know what the true picture is because, as I say, Andrew Holness has his own defense of that. But I'm just making a point that if that can happen, that tells us that it's, to your point, Kevin, it's worthy of a probe. And the fact that these organizations are not being probed, right, is to me a disgrace, because we should know that everybody is above board. And if the foundations are being used in a way that is questionable, one, we should know. And then once we know, okay, and what is next? And who is going to take the responsibility to probe these organizations? Because as I said, Growth and Opportunity Trust, which is Nigel Clarke's own, is registered at the DCFS. And so you could say, okay, the DCFS has jurisdiction. But what happened to the other organizations? And I think we had found about 60 organizations that were linked to politicians, parliamentarians as directors. Now, not all of those are tied to a constituency. I think only about a quarter of those were tied to a constituency, maybe a dozen or 15 or something like that. But my point is that how do we know that some of these funds are not being used for personal reasons? There could be political reasons, there could be personal reasons, and there could be charitable reasons too. If they're for charitable reasons, okay, you pass the goal and it's perfect, you know? But to just not have any scrutiny, what can go so?
All right, let me tell you what can go so. I have a couple questions for you. We only have a few minutes left. Do you know who was on the board of this Growth and Opportunity Trust?
Tell me now, because I think you've you've read it.
I'm asking you. Do you know? Because you know. Go ahead, Zara. Do you know who was on the board? I'm just asking.
Well, there was a mention in the article that you can read, as I said, by going to the website. And it had to do with his special assistant, I believe, in his office. She's a director. And in fact, she is the remaining and the only director right now. And yet she works right alongside him. So when I was asking him a couple questions about this foundation, he was quick to tell me he's no longer director of the foundation. However, he stopped serving as a director in February 2020. That is true, right? On company's papers, yes. He stopped serving as a director in February 2002. However, right? The person that's remaining as a director is a Stephanie Abrahams. And when I looked on LinkedIn, there's a Stephanie Abrahams who works at the Ministry of Finance directly with the minister in his office at the ministry as a senior analyst. Now, she didn't respond to a request for information, including the financials, notes to the financials, and so on. Additionally, even though he said he came off in 2020, which is true, he came off, you have to remember that there was a telethon in April of that year. So him saying come off February 2020, but in April of 2020 on national TV with Prime Minister Andrew Holness,
he was there.
He referred, it was a COVID-19 telethon fundraiser. So he was talking about donating money to this COVID-19 telethon fundraiser. And he referred to the nonprofit as our, and then he stuttered a little bit, and then he said, he said my foundation. So he is referring to it as his foundation.
All right.
Right?
Here's where I'm going with it. I'm asking who's on the board because you're saying, well, where's this probe going? Because it's going nowhere with tax administrator, with Department of Cooperative and Friendly Societies, companies' offices, our company's office of Jamaica is going nowhere. I've read your report. It's very in-depth, very analytical. Have you thought about sending that report to the IMF?
I tweeted the IMF director when they were announcing this to say, you need to look at this as well, you know, when they were announcing his appointment. And I tweeted and I said, you know, you should also have a look at this, you know, as you're congratulating him, you know. Of course, I got no response.
Well, let's talk, because I don't live too far from DC, and I'm thinking about doing something either with the IMF and or other organizations as well, because I think this should be brought to the fore. So that was one question I had for you regarding the regarding where else can we go with your report. Now, is it possible, because you were talking about the Prime Minister a while ago, and just to clarify a little bit, what the Prime Minister did was he took $60-something thousand out of his own account, and he took $30-something thousand from the Positive Jamaica, right? And he bought the bond for $94,000. And what happened? He was getting the return on the bond. I think it went to his company, Imperium, whatever, but he controlled Imperium.
Right. Yeah, something like that.
And so what happened is that he did, when the bond became due, or when they cashed in on the bond, the money came to him, and he used it for 3 years. He had access to those funds directly for 3 years until Integrity Commission say, hey, where did this money come from? Where did it go? Why did it go to you? Blah, blah, blah. Then he changed it. And you have to ask yourself a simple question. If he was doing something that was absolutely above board, why would he then say, okay, I got to move the money back to the foundation? Then, if you read his affidavit, he said, this charity, this Positive Jamaica Foundation is not a charity in the truest sense of the word, because it wasn't registered with the Department of Cooperative and Friendly Society.
Exactly. That's
curious.
Registered, very curious.
But it was registered with Companies Office of Jamaica. So then the question is, you're collecting donations. You're not registered. Here's a question I have for you. Is there a law in Jamaica that says if you act like a foundation and you portray yourself as a foundation, but you're not registered as a foundation, you will face consequences? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of any such law, to be fair, Rattigan, to this conversation. I'm not aware of any law where that is concerned. Yeah. What I do know is that, to your point, he has branded it, you know what I mean, as my foundation is, this charitable entity, right? So the fact that you're doing it in this vein and it's marketed as such, you really have to ask the question, okay, so when it comes to the intermingling of the cash though, you're saying it's not really wrong because it's not a tax exempt charity in the true sense. I mean, it's true, maybe. Well, it's true, but is that action above board? Is that what we want for these so-called foundations? And I will tell you, because of FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, a global entity based out of Paris, they were the ones that had us on the grey list, but they recently removed us. Part of why they are still involved with us, I mean, continued monitoring, of course, but part of what needs to happen where the nonprofit sector is concerned, because what they were trying to do was to change the rules and make it much more stringent in terms of, reporting requirements and making sure that charities who claim to have, charitable purposes are registered under the new charities regulations, because the charities regulations have a lot more in there than just the Charities Act. Yeah. So with the FATF regulations now, where they're requiring certain things, I believe the latest report that we had, it was that what they were going to have to do is, because there are a number of organizations that are registered at Companies Office, but not at DCFS. So they were going to try and find a way to have more of these organizations palavering as charities or foundations to be coming under the jurisdiction of the charities regulations. How they were going to do it is not fully clear to me. They were going to force them to register at DCFS, but I can tell you DCFS is not that big of an organization. And I would say to you that I believe that organization is sleepier than I would like. I don't think it's as aggressive and, as upon it and, that kind of thing. I mean, it does its job, but is it really that, that it's really doing what they need to do and to be aggressive on monitoring and auditing and, all the various things? I'm not sure. I don't get that sense. And so the idea that thousands more would be coming on the DCFS, do they have the manpower? Do they have the technical skill set, the personnel, the ability to accept thousands of more, organizations that are not yet registered in their jurisdiction underneath them?
I'll tell you what, before, because we only have like 5 minutes. I have to have, Kevin and President want to ask a question before, and then you have to close. It's funny that this same minister, he got us off of that gray list. and the gray list was about terrorist financing and money laundering. And
Right.
there's a serious question as to where the money went with his foundation, how the money was collected and where it went. And you're gonna have to come back, believe me. I don't know what your schedule is like for next week, but this conversation is not over because I wrote down a million questions I want to ask you, but I can't ask them to you because time is of the essence. So what I'll do is let me just yield to Mr. Prezi and DJ Kevin Stu to ask.
Well, me first, because I gotta go like right now. In the Prime Minister's defense, it's hard to monitor what is happening and where funds are going when you have 28 accounts to manage. So I'd like for y'all to be considerate of that. But it would be great if you could look some more into how many of these foundations exist or start when these individuals start their political careers and still exist after they have ended. Because if there's a trend there, then we know what all our politicians are doing.
Omar Davies, by the way, is another one that had a foundation, Vision Development Foundation. And again, the foundation that he had, he's on the PNP side, former finance minister. Quite a bit of money also went through that organization. I believe it was something like 45 million. And by the way, incidentally, the PNP person I was trying to remember, the candidate, she's not an MP, but it was Patricia Duncan Sutherland. Sorry for messing up her name earlier. But the long story short is that finance minister on the PNP side also had a foundation that I believe was also tax exempt, if memory serves, right? So you're asking yourself again, in his case, who gave him the money? How was the money spent? He had a bit more detail in his own, though, like football programs and stuff like that. As I said, with Nigel Clarke, his foundation, that one was just operations, special operations. What were those?
All right. Prezi.
What?
Oh,
I
no,
gotta
please
run.
finish.
Kevin, all right. Yeah, we'll see you shortly, Kevin.
Come on.
Zara, just let,
Bye, Kevin. Thanks.
Since you're coming back next week or next time.
No, next week. She's coming back next week.
All right. Yes, sir. I hear you loud and clear. Zara, the man has spoken. And this, and congratulations on your speech at UA. But listen, I just want to commend you on the hard work you're doing to hold public officials accountable. And I know you extend that to us and to anybody. You hold all of us accountable. And I want to commend you on your honesty and your ethics as it relates to transparency and holding, people in the public arena to high standards. So thank you so much for doing that. And I want to commend you on your 18 Degrees North. I can't wait to watch you back on the program. So again,
I don't know when TV will happen, but everybody who wants to see my work can definitely sign up at www.18degreesnorth.tv if they want to see my investigations that I come out with, right?
Actually, I was reading the one on the, I think, $300,000 that the Prime Minister spent for that land where they build that mansion. I think that's on the top story on your website, and I know Dr. John.
Yes. And so, I would encourage people to sign up there, as I said to you before, right? And, whenever we have investigations, that's where they are released, and, sometimes all of us have to hold each other to account as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? None of us is perfect, right? Including myself. So we just have to recognize that we're all trying, you know what I mean? Sometimes we falter, and some of these politicians, we give them a hard time too, but some of them trying too. You understand what I'm saying? And some of them may not really know that what they're doing is not above board in terms of it's not as obvious. But when you point it out to them, sometimes, we hope anyway, by doing the work that we do, Rattigan, you do a fabulous job of pointing those things out. You guys every week on the air doing this stuff. I mean, we really appreciate the work that you do. I'm sure that some of these politicians have either adjusted in some respects or they've learned from this show.
All right.
Thank
Look,
you.
Zara, just want to thank you for showing up. You owe me sometime, so next week you're going to be on, right? I'm going to hold you to it because you come late.
Yes.
All right. So,
All
folks,
right.
here you have it. Zara Burton, she just committed. She will be back next week. For now, thank you so much. Go join Kevin Stew and have a great time. And then I'll see you at midnight. Zara, take care of yourself. Prezi, talk to you later.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.